recording button. Hello, welcome back to Gaiul Rackentha. Apparently I'm starting episodes by saying the number now. Episode 43 of Gaiul Rackentha.
I appreciate it, Cole. It helps me to put the correct session down from my notes. Since apparently I was one session behind for a very long time.
Excellent.
Oops.
I still think about, like, every once in a while, I, like, look back at our Kyla registry, and there's just, like, episodes missing that either we forgot to record, I just forgot to record, or we didn't for whatever reason, or we were in person for a session, so they're just, like, missing.
Some we just didn't even post.
Yeah, so, it hasn't been that long since our last session, but to recap, and if anyone wants to provide additional details, you may, for inspiration, if you want to, because I haven't given out inspiration in a while for helping with descriptive text. Last time, it was the start of the festival. We started back at the, Rose Grove Estate, the, Rose Floral Winery Co-op, kind of, operated by, Peshmina's long-lost parents. Since then, have come to Central Matla for the opening ceremonies and subsequent festival, the Harvest Festival of Matla, going around trying games, foods, a drinking competition, drunk archery, the rabid hog toss, some gambling, lots of sweets. Hassan had a little quiet sit down with one of the local shopkeepers. That being, I'm gonna remember her name this time.
It starts with a U or something.
Yes.
I wrote it down this time, I think.
Not Olcoria Stone Marrow.
Yes,
The Dwarven Witch of the Motlin, the Central Motlin Magical Arcane Supplies Exchange. And we're collectively having a very good time. Hanging out, chatting with folks. Until, I believe it was Zeron noticed something out of the corner of their eye in the air. It appears to be some kind of very large invisible object flying through the air toward the festival from the northwest. It appears to be moving at a fairly quick rate. Peshmina helped out with some survival skills to kind of surmise the bearing and speed and anticipate this object's arrival in, well, no later than the evening, potentially sooner, hard to tell with the light, and intends to approach the Arbiter Claude about such an occurrence. I'm pretty sure that's where we left up. Did I miss anything important? Peshmin and Zeron smooched. Very important.
Always important. Can't forget.
Super happy, adorable dad getting the
Snuggles. Family reunion snuggles.
Loka has been hearing murmurings from the river.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
The ocean is quote unquote singing a song. And
Something going on at the confluence of the rivers.
Yes.
And potentially Srisk might not Srisk. Yes, Srisk. Fuck. Which is the Irish accent one? Which one's with the
Finglash. Finglash.
Finglash.
Yes, Fing knows a bit more.
Srisk
about
is
it.
the large lizard folk.
Yes.
Early.
Loka also learned about terrariums and how they are not, in fact, bags of snacks to be, I don't know, eaten.
Rifled through.
And Hassan wrote a little novella, a little short story with the help of some
Shrimps.
intellectual little shrimpsies.
Smartest brine shrimps there ever were.
Yeah. Also, Loka got his got super drunk and is probably still is kind of drunk after drinking.
At least for a little while longer.
Oh, yes.
At least a little while.
Doing some trick shots. Also, importantly, the Rangers of what is the north park's
Brodor.
name? Yeah, they are in for a while.
At the archery range, you saw some several Rangers of Brodor, as well as several, and the archery range being operated by the Rangers of Guard.
Yes, and the Rangers of Guard specifically are currently subtly trying to use it as a way to get a gist of the abilities of, well, the populace to
People of Mila.
to whether or not they have the aptitude for bows or aptitude at all to be taught. Because, you know,
impending war.
impending invasion. So yeah, everybody is happy right now, at the very least. Kason also finished sending off some letters in the beginning of the session to Tothram Delay and to Feihu, updating both of them about the situation, and yeah.
I think we're pretty much.
Oh yeah, Zoran also.
That's it.
Oh wait, and so also may or may not have a date with some very glittery. I forgot what they were. Some very
just a human
glittery,
man.
Half-elven.
Or half-elven man.
some very glittery half-elven man.
Just get
Oh,
stood up.
Gaiul. Is his name Miffley? I think.
Nefli?
Miffley?
I don't remember.
I should also remind you that
Something
if you look
like
in
that.
your inventories with your Electrum are your tokens.
Right, we've got a bunch of tokens.
I think it
Okay,
was
let's hope we
Miffley.
can-
Mefli. M-E-F-L-I. Mefli.
I was right.
Hot glitter man.
I hope you follow through on that.
If it happens, it happens. Listen. Seems like a nice guy. Not gonna say no.
All right. Then yeah, we can pick up pretty much right where we left off.
Alright.
Sounded like Pashmina was going to. Oh, and thank you for the assistance. Go ahead and take inspiration, Hasan. Popped in. Hasan as a character popped in for the intro narration.
With a chalkboard.
Oh, I love the idea that Hasan is telling this entire story. Like, is the narrator for the campaign. That's adorable.
Aww.
Yes.
That'd be good.
All right. Yes, Pashmina.
Oh boy, okay. Yeah, I mean, is just rushing right up to Claude, like, looking intently at him, cutting her way through the crowd as best as possible, just... Yeah, making
He's
her-
otherwise unoccupied, so easy enough.
I think she kind of keeps her voice. I think she kind of motions to, like, if he will, like, bend down to listen.
Yeah, he'll lean in. I mean, it's a crowded area. He kind of there's a flash of recognition in his eyes as he spots you, and a very slight smile. He has his arms crossed and kind of like leans in as you motion.
She'll cover a little bit, but also knows that most people aren't going to be, like, listening that hard. Oh boy, how do I broach this topic even a little bit? I think that there's something you and the other arbiters should check out.
Oh, misconduct? Something we should handle? I assume quietly, given this demeanor.
It's a bit hard to explain, and it might require some kind of spyglass or something similar.
That can be arranged. Would you care to expound?
It might be difficult. It would be better if I can try to show you, although it's a bit tricky.
Would you mind starting with a rough description? Here, we speak along as I walk. I can. We've got a stash around here somewhere, I think.
Nods, like, as if to appreciate making any kind of haste on this. So it started with one of my companions spotting something in the far distance up in the sky. And I looked with them, and this is going to sound really strange, but we have very good reason to believe that something is not right. We've just come from other parts of Rackentha, obviously. I mean, also, hi, good to see you since dance and...
I apologies that it has to be under such dire circumstances, considering the tone. But happy you made it out for the festival, obviously. He's very much like, not quite speed walking, but very much like striding. Looks like he's got a very determined gait and a destination in mind.
We have good reason to believe that something's not right because of things that have been reported in other parts of Rackentha. We know that folks from Althra have been made aware of, well, flying things above the Coalition. Not just normal flying things, very large and strange flying things. And
I think at this you see him kind of look up and like, all right.
If I can show you what we mean, then maybe it'll start to make sense, but for now I just hope you'll trust me.
Sure. Yeah. I think, frankly, because you are also Motlin and Findealish, he has no reason to disbelieve you, really, and, like, this is his job, so, he's, like, I mean, it certainly doesn't really understand the situation currently, but he strides over, into an alleyway between a couple of the buildings, and you see this kind of big, looks like fairly firm, wooden case with, like, several kind of, like, iron bars, clasps, bands surrounding it. He'll produce a key from his belt and, like, unlock there's, like, a kind of a large panel on the front of it that swings open. Looks like a little bit of an equipment stash, for various arbiters. Looks like some weapons in there, some, like, rope, shackles, things if needed for, like, particularly intense enforcement. But among those pieces of equipment, as he kind of, like, rummages through them a bit, there's also, like, some like, medical supplies. Looks like, just kind of, somewhere between, like, first aid and emergency tools. Rummages, kind of muttering for a second, and then produces a spyglass, from among them, and closes the door and locks it back up. What should I be looking for?
Well, so... this will be a bit difficult to fully get across. There's... Well, how do I explain the absence of something? Here, how about... I think she kind of looks around. Is there a way we can get to, like, a vantage point?
I don't see why not. And, think he's just kind of like look around for a sec and just like, all right. And we're gonna make a quick check for Claude. Got pretty
Claude,
good
whatever
athletics
it is.
acrobatics. Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh hell yeah.
He's actually gonna grab one of the downspouts on a nearby building and just hoist and climb up onto the roof. And he will offer a hand to help you up likewise.
I don't even think she takes the hand. Just like, I've got it. It just follows after her.
Can you go ahead and make an athletics check for me?
Athletics check. Maybe I don't got it.
Climbing is athletics.
Oh shit. Okay,
Upper body strength.
She rolled a 4. I think she's like, okay, I do need help. I do need help.
Go ahead and roll again with advantage.
Starts slipping. Ah, jeez, what the hell? That's a 9.
9 with advantage.
Yeah.
All right. It takes a little bit of doing. I think at some point Claude's just like, all right. Climbs back down, looks in the box, grabs a rope, climbs back up, ties the rope off on something up on the roof, tosses that down to you.
Do I make it up?
Yes, you will not need further assistance with the rope.
Jeez, that was terrible. Usually it's not that difficult, okay? And at first she'll like hold her hand out for the spyglass.
He'll proffer it.
She's going to then try and locate it again using
Sure.
of her understanding of.
We'll go ahead and say you don't have a problem spotting it again so much. I'm going to ask you to make a perception check with advantage with him helping you to try and make sure that you can get him to spot it.
Okay.
Like, help him to see it.
It's like if she... Okay, I need to stop rolling these die at the same time. Perception? 13.
13. Luckily, it has gotten closer since last time you looked at it, and it is getting easier. So
Great.
13 is, in fact, exactly what you needed. Last time it was 15.
So she like kind of locates it and then sort of holds the thing very still and motions for him to kind of take her place.
He will kind of shift into place and look through the spyglass, and likewise does see the large kind of fractal disturbance in the light, and notices that it sure is moving. That is profoundly odd.
Deeply concerning, given the reports.
Yes. Okay. I need to go talk to my associates about this and see what can be done about it. He kind of gives a moment of consideration and then looks to you and just says, would you mind not talking about this amongst the crowd yet? We may be able to make an announcement if there becomes undue danger. We do have evacuation plans en route for fires and the such that we can implement
Yes,
if necessary. I think we'll start to get our people positioned as such.
The last thing I want to do is start a panic.
No, yeah, the unorganized rush would probably be more dangerous than anything that is, unfortunately. See if we can get Jane up on a roof. Okay, I need to go coordinate.
Well, if even... I won't say anything, but is there any other ways we could maybe help? Or, I mean, if I could bring my companion along to give their account.
Are you familiar with some of the other arbiters in attendance?
Less guess so, but I mean, I could recognize them.
And you've got friends, allies who you have also spotted this? Folks who already know, or potentially you think could be trusted to not start a riot?
They were the one who brought it to my attention, so...
Excellent. Then how about I'll head west and try and inform everyone I see along the way. If you could go north, I believe specifically Magritte and Clem. You go west, I'll go north. I need to talk to Clemency to make sure they don't do anything stupid. Yeah, you go head west. That should be Rorik. Can't miss him. He's enormous. He'll probably be around the fringes. If you wouldn't mind telling him, I'll tag the others. And try and make a plan for if and when that thing emerges, gets here. We might. We'll see. I'll discuss.
Right. I can do that. Thank you for taking me seriously.
Of course. Stay safe. Gonna say have fun, but I mean, if you can. You both just kind of wince at each other.
I think so.
And he will help you back down off the roof if you need it. There is a rope, so it's not particularly difficult. But.
I think she will just gladly accept the help this time, seeing as that was so fucking difficult. Good lord.
Easy enough. And he will immediately, doing his best to not give the appearance of running. Doesn't want to look like, does not want to give the appearance of an arbiter running through the streets of the Harvest Festival. But while moving hastily in his own right.
I feel like Pashmina has no such reserves and just starts, like, sprinting off in the direction he said.
Alright. Have you left your companions behind?
I have, but I think I'm gonna quickly say to everyone, we're sending stones. Just spoke to an arbiter. He was able to spot the thing that we were seeing. Getting ready to speak with other arbiters.
Wait a second, did we ever establish that?
I'm pretty sure only Zoran and Pashmina know so far.
Hee
So this is new information for some of you.
Saw what, perchance? Out of curiosity? Something
It's complicated.
I am good at understanding complicated things. I'm sure I can understand it. What did you see?
We have no idea what it is.
Oh, I understand that completely. I see things all the time that I don't understand. I'm sure it's fun.
What?
How close? I'm so sorry. Go on.
What? Illithid creatures? Deep sea creatures? I mean, we already have one of those here.
Where? You gotta watch out for those. They're mean.
Always.
Look, you go ahead and give me another Constitution save.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
See how much longer the fucking drunkenness lasts.
Of course I don't have my character sheet open.
Love
do I
that.
have a +7, I think?
You do have a +7 to con saves.
So I got a 21.
Insane.
Wow.
You're gonna slide from mega drunk to pleasantly buzzed over the course of the next, 10 minutes.
Can I choose to fail, though?
Do you have a way of supernaturally affecting your digestive tract?
Your bloodstream.
I have a way of not supernaturally doing it by consuming more alcohol.
You're free to consume more alcohol if you want to.
Okay, I think
Look
I'm
unsupervised?
You've agency. You can do whatever you want.
Loka
God.
is unsupervised.
Oh, God.
I mean, where's Pashmina? Where's
Oh my
Zeron? They're
God.
gone. Hey, San, gone.
Oh no. Oh no.
I could have sworn that you were with Zeron, but I don't fucking know anymore.
I also thought you were.
Zeron
but
also
that's-
could have
I
sworn
like
Loka
this
was with
better.
Zeron.
I like this idea better.
He's slipped away. He's gotten away from us.
I mean, this entire time, Zoran hasn't stopped staring at this thing. Afraid
yep,
that
he's
if they
gone.
look away, it's gone.
He's gone.
Yeah,
Yes.
see that makes sense then why you don't see
Toddled
Loka.
off
Good-
to a different.
Goodbye, Loka.
Mhm.
Farewell.
It was nice knowing all of you.
It was so nice while it
I hope-
lasted.
I hope whatever happens to all of you doesn't happen to me, you know?
Mhm.
Uh,
God.
look, maybe it's a. You know how invisibility doesn't quite always make things perfectly invisible? Light tends to behave strangely sometimes around it.
Yes, and?
There is something very big and very invisible somewhere in the sky off to the northwest.
That is from the Rackentha. Okay, that's unfortunate. That's
Anyways, I'm sorry, but I have to. I'm looking for someone right now, but I'll.
Hey, son, come to me. I'll show you where it is.
okay. Where are you right now?
I am. Sense coordinates.
Okay. Coordinates received.
Perfect.
Tracking the mission.
Fabulous.
Waypoint set.
I don't have a general idea
Converging
where
on
they
your
would
location
be.
now.
Idea where they would be, so it's just here. Points at random point on map. There.
Oh, there.
Mm-hmm.
You do so.
I'm still looking for Rorik.
Yeah. Running around. Go ahead and let's say perception again. Flat.
If this
Would
dice-
would have disadvantage because of the crowd. It has advantage because he's enormous.
Okay.
So
Just
cancels
good
out.
old flat perception.
Yeah.
I'm throwing you in the fucking bin. You are dead to me. That was a nat 1 plus 2.
That 1 plus
Tragic.
2.
You are.
Um, combination of tension and crowd space, making it kind of hard to navigate. You haven't been here in a while. Everything just people
I think-
everywhere, making it really hard to know where you're going.
If there's just like like a table, a stool, something she can stand on to get just a little bit. She is 5'2" in a big crowd, so I think she wants to get a little bit elevated.
From what you can tell, at least looking around from here, this large man is nowhere to be seen.
Oh, shit. I think she go- I think she just goes and just sort of loudly, generally to everyone else. Can anyone help me find Rorik? I'm looking for the arbiter named Rorik.
There is a like kind of like people, you know, the way when someone shouts, everyone around them kind of like quiets down, and there's like
Yeah.
a kind of like a little bit of murmuring, like, you know, I don't know where Rorik is.
Please.
You get some apologetic shrugs from around you.
Oh no.
All right, sorry, thank you. Oh gods. Okay.
Zeron and Hasan, what you up to?
So
And Loka,
what?
arguably. What is
So
everyone?
where am I supposed to be looking?
Sorry, what'd you say?
So where am I supposed to be looking?
Right. And they'll do the same thing that they did for Pashmina, where it's like they lift like their finger and like they point exactly to it. and they just basically say, like, look directly off of the top of my finger, kind of like right where I'm standing. You can't miss it, and they're
That's
gonna try and
20.
just direct it.
That's a 21 perception.
Oh
So,
yeah, easy enough.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And it is apparent to you, not only is it large and invisible and in the sky, it is moving quite quickly.
Oh. Should we be telling somebody about this? Oh wait, right, Pashmin already did that. Well, that's good. How long do we have, would you say?
Few hours.
Well, I should sincerely hope that there is planning in store then. How high up is this?
The object?
Yeah.
Elevation very hard to tell, in particular. Because given that it is very large, it's kind of hard to tell whether it's that size because it's high up, or that size because it's that size.
Okay. So we don't...
Definitively airborne, probably, like, you had to guess at least a few hundred feet off the ground.
Okay, then.
Potentially much more. Potentially less. Hard to say. Pashmina, if you want to go ahead and repeat that perception check for me. As you kind of rush around. I think after doing some scouring, it's just like, oh, this is just not here. It's just simply is not here.
Okay. Perception. Ah! Okay, you're my new favorite. Nat 20.
Oh my god.
That other one is done.
You're like, okay, not here. Flipping around. I think you take a step up from a chair onto a table, which gets like a look, but not that many looks. People are on tables all the time around here, and you spot like far in the distance, at the edge of the crowd, you just see like the silhouette of this kind of like broad-shouldered tall man, just like juts out over the top of the rest of the crowd. But pretty far in the distance. So it makes sense why it was hard to pick him out and why no one knew where he was.
Well, she is hopping down and trying to make her way to him without, again, getting lost in the crowd.
Easy enough. That 20 perception, you're there pretty quick. I think you not only see them, you see like a pretty quick path to them around the crowd, like kind of around the edges. It looks like they are currently standing near, like, the fringes of the festival. He's kind of standing in the crowd near the back, watching the Highland cow petting pen area.
Aww.
Just, like, stoically, just, like, standing, just a very large, Firbolg individual with, like, a pipe in his mouth and just the very slightest smile at the edges of his mouth.
Oh, cute. Peshpita just, I think a little breathless at this point, just like having rushed all the way over. It's just like, sorry to bother you.
Oh, hello there. What can I do for you? Oh, you seem a little out of breath. And he, like, reaches into the vest and pulls out a, like, water skin. That's what I was the words I was looking for.
I think she'll kind of do the, like, no hand gesture, like, it's okay. I'm alright, I was actually looking for you. You're Rorik?
That's me?
Claude told me to find you. He just went north. He's gathering the other arbiters. We noticed something strange, brought it to his attention, and he thought it best to gather.
Ooh. That sounds rather serious, doesn't it? I suppose I can
Nod
get over
solemnly.
there. Here, let's, kind of, like, looks around. It's just like, well, I suppose I'll have to leave these, fine bovine. Would you mind? I mean, it gets so lonely if too few people are around. If you, well, no, I'm sure you have your own responsibilities. I'll get over there. I'll get over there. Neil kind of like finish his drink, then set it down, flip a coin to the like drink stand nearby to pay for it, and we'll like begin ambling towards the center of the festival. He's walking rather slowly aesthetically, but he's got such a long gait that he's actually moving pretty quickly. You imagine if this man was running, he would be moving.
Good lord.
It would be terrifying too, just like absolute thunderous steps. He's like, you said you're just over 5 feet tall, Peshmina?
Like 5'2".
So,
yeah,
so
she's
at like
definitely craning her
at
neck
like
at this fucking
8'5",
guy.
this man is almost twice your size.
8'5".
8'5".
Oh.
Wearing clothes that look a little too warm for this weather, but he does not seem to mind.
Oh, I feel like she just kind of like wipes her face a little bit, just like okay. What next? What next? What next? You know what? I think she's just gonna take advantage of him moving through the crowd and just like trail behind.
Move in his wake.
Yeah, I was about to say he's like cutting a path through the crowd.
Yeah,
then
absolutely.
She will gladly take advantage of that.
For sure. Yeah, he heads back. By the time you get back to Central Matla, into kind of the River's Meet area, he, Claude, and the other arbiters seem to be meeting nearby in a more quiet area, kind of huddled amongst each other, discussing things amongst themselves. Loki, you have another drink? You're probably... are you planning on getting sober?
No?
No? Alright.
Not really. He's having a great time.
Sounds good. You buying more ale?
Can I participate in the drinking contest again? I think
Again?
that's
I
his.
think that was
Alright, it
was
did happen
specifically not allowed.
once.
Yeah, he's that's his ambition, I think.
I think you'll be able to participate again tomorrow, if you want to. But I do not believe you are allowed to participate in it more than once a day.
I think
I
I remember them actually saying, like, cutting...
You're not allowed or you'll die.
Yeah. Of
I
course,
think
there's more than one place to drink.
that's true too, and I think I'm taking advantage of that.
For sure.
time for a good old bar hop
Bar crawl.
through
Yeah.
all of Central Matla. Jesus.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. How many beers do you want? To get back up to the level of, like, skunk drunk you were, I'm gonna say that's probably, like, 3 good ales back to back. At about a gold apiece.
I don't think he's doing it back to back.
Back to back.
But I think he will have 3 in general.
In general. Sounds good. So not quite back up to, like, the levels of drinking contest drunk, but, like, certainly intoxicated. And along with those 3 ales, you will get a token each.
Oh,
So 3 more tokens.
3 more tokens. I'm trying to think what I don't really know what he would be doing though, you know what I mean? Like I think he's just trying to, because I think he's heard about what's going on and I don't think he's particularly worried about it. He doesn't understand that there's people are actually worried about it. So I think he's gonna I think he's just gonna try and like do a like flag tag. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna do it. You know
Yeah,
what I
for
mean?
sure. If you want to.
Yes.
Yeah. While you are doing that, Zeron and Hassan, what you up to?
Right now, Hassan is thinking to himself, it may cost gold, but I might have an idea of how we can get an idea of what that is. Hassan is going to bring out a piece of parchment and write a letter, actually, a very brief little memo to let's see, to Volcoria Stone Marrow, and as well one to. Oh, no, he's gonna write one to Lormp specifically.
Oh, Lorp!
Noted.
Lormp, how quickly could you create a potion that would allow us to see invisible creatures?
I love to Lorp and not Han the alchemist.
I need something quick and dirty. I don't need something good.
You get a response back from Lorm almost immediately. That's just harmful or non-harmful.
Preferably will not kill me, but it would preferably it would not kill me or debilitate me for too long.
I think I have one figured out. Faye has actually been asking because we need to figure out how to get that little scamp away from the Fenix every once in a while. So, pranks are great, but not when they cause our livestock to run into the middle of the street. So Han says, I think it's funny. So, I've got one that at least it lets me sear, but it's real spicy.
Like capsaicin spicy.
Writes that back. Imagine it right out in that voice.
I am willing to suffer that for a few hours. Birds are good with capsaicin. Fun fact: birds, or maybe it's just owls, are immune to capsaicin.
A lot of lizards too.
I will suffer whatever it suffers.
All right, give me like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And pay shipping.
Wow.
Yeah. How much is that?
It's like a gold.
Okay.
The flasks are small.
I will pay you as soon as I can.
Okay.
I'll put
Noted.
down.
I need to make some rolls.
Good God Almighty.
I haven't played it.
Oh my god.
What did you? Oh my! No way.
Noted. So that's I do still need to make 3 rolls, but
I don't think I played any of them.
there's potency, safety, and quantity. Holy shit.
Holy crap! Those were some good fucking rolls.
Wait,
Go
what was
Lorp.
the first one?
3.
Okay, there you go.
So okay, good. Noted.
Was that safety?
No, in order, it was potency, safety, quantity. And it was a 20, natural 20, 19, 3.
Jesus. Okay. So we're getting 1.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Bless you,
Oh,
Lorp.
holy crap. Lorp coming through.
my beloved.
You said you were sending letters elsewhere as well? Or do you send that first one and you're like, alright, it's all riding on Lorp. We got this.
It's all we're riding on.
We're riding on
Oh,
Lorp. Good to
my
know.
God.
Alright, Loka. Real quick, we're gonna run through flag tag.
Yay!
So, the goal of the game, as explained to you by the operators, which is just kind of a bunch of Tachian folks having fun, in a way that they have managed to turn into ticket-earning festival game. You are going to be given a flag, like a little pennant to carry, and if you can manage to keep hold of it while their trained flag taggers try to tear the flag away from you, so I can grab it, you will win, and you just have to last from the count of 5. So we're going to be making contested sleight of hand and athletics or acrobatics checks. That will get consecutively harder. We're starting at DC 8, and it's 5 rounds in a row, so going 8, 10, 12, 14, 16.
Okay.
And you're going to have disadvantage on, I believe, all of them because you are intoxicated.
Oh,
What
absolutely.
if Loka was raging, though?
If Loka was raging, he would technically have an advantage on athletics checks. That is a choice for you to make if you are interested in expending a rage charge. But if they grab you the flag and they're gonna ask you when you want to start the clock.
Yeah, I'll rage for this.
All right.
And
The red mist descends.
everybody
Oh, God.
goes, what?
So you'll have disadvantage and you'll have advantage. So weirdly, being drunk, getting a little peeved about the situation will give you some clarity here. So these are just going to be flat athletics checks, which you are quite good at.
I am quite good at
It turns out. So we're going to see if you can get 5 in a row. It's an 8. So for the first one, so the only way you lose is by rolling a 1 first round. As the first one kind of like sprints up and tries to take a dive at your flag.
Well, that was a 4 on the die.
Excellent.
So +8's gonna do it.
Heavily telegraphed. You sidestep it right away. Second one kind of comes up from the sides, trying to get a little bit more wily. So versus 10.
And that was 10. Okay. 8 + 8, 16.
16. 16 is more than 10. Also, ducked it, dive, dodge, and dove. I don't know. The words are not wording. So, you do that. So, third attempt. Halfway there, in the clear. DC 12.
12 on the die.
12 on the die. There. Flat 20. What's this looking like?
Oh, I should have said
Little guy
Um,
fucking.
I
Slippery.
think it does help that he is so small. I think you're right about that. I think is this a particularly physical game?
Oh, for sure. It's like tag football, basically. They are actively trying to like run around and grab you. It's played on the pitch, so you've got kind of this mid-sized field to run around in. They have like a square marked off that you can move around within, but if you leave, you lose.
I think Loka is playing an excessively physical game.
It's stiff-arming people as they come to try and grab it.
Oh yeah, and he's so small, so they're just like he's like stiff-arming like their hips, so they just kind of like
Just crumpling.
go sideways.
Yeah. All right, they're teaming up. So DC 12 as they're coming at you at the same time.
DC 12. Alright. 6 + 8, 14.
14.
Or, sorry, 9 + 8. Sorry.
15.
Either way.
Or
17.
17.
Yeah.
You dodge them, and they're going to whip around and make a last attempt. So, looking for 14s.
14. Oh no, Nat 1!
Nat 1! You are slipping, sliding, getting all around them, and then the last second, they come around at you from the front and the back at the same time, and one of them just manages to snatch the flag out of your hand. They are absolutely wheezing at the end of this. Having been knocked around on the pitch repeatedly during this game. If anyone is nearby, I think it is easy enough to hear the commotion drawn as Loka attempts this game.
Oh.
I think you just see at the end of it a very sad Loka. Like he played such a strong game. And losing it in the end crushed him.
Zerong, could you be the one to Could you deal with that?
Deal with what?
We got wrecked by the goblin.
Would you kindly console our friend? I have a feeling that whatever I say right now will just make him angrier.
And you think anything I will say will help?
Fine, I guess it's up to me then.
I mean, I'll do it. I'm just saying, you're expecting a lot.
You're good with words.
Not better than just talking. just we'll walk over to Loka. So, how'd it go?
I lost.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
tried so hard.
I saw it
And I got
was.
so far. It didn't even matter for us. It didn't even matter.
Just has become a very, like, sullen, sad drunk all of a sudden.
Quoting music as well.
Christ.
That's though. Your performance out there was easily the best one today.
You really think so?
And just points over to the people who are probably still trying to catch their breath.
Panting, absolutely, yeah. And also not wrong. Like, it seems historically that this game does very few winners, all things considered.
The fact that you managed to get them to that state, they should have given you something for that. I think you did phenomenal.
I'm not even winded.
And that's the best part.
Yeah. Okay.
You did
I
a
see your
damn
point.
good job. Damn good job.
Thank you, Sarat.
I'm very proud of you. Oh, okay. Just like pets the top of their head. It's all right. It's okay.
For the love of God, Hasan shouts. Loka, would it feel better if you saw me fail or something?
Nobody's ever said they're proud of me.
Oh. Have I never said that? Oh God, I've never said that, have I? God.
And since I am so proud of you, I'm going to treat you to something to eat. How does that sound?
You know, I am actually really hungry. I've been coming around really. Got my stomach churning.
Oh no.
Also, I'm sorry, Saran.
Oh no.
I know you told me that I should stop, but oh God!
Don't do it.
Everybody, back up!
Don't do it.
X says 5 steps back. Oh, okay.
God.
You know, I think it would be remiss of me to say that that was the first time that has happened today.
Yeah.
Someone else has absolutely puked on the pitch already, but there is kind of a collective like, alright.
There's buckets ready.
Okay. I think you see that, and there's like an apprentice mage in the corner who heaves like an enormous sigh and like pulls out a wand and like trudges over, and it's just like prestidigitation, prestidigitation, prestidigitation.
There's still more coming out of this little fish man. What the fuck?
Zeron just patting Loka's back. It's all right,
Oh,
buddy.
God.
It's okay. I'll tip this wizard a gold piece. And just, I'm so sorry.
Excuse me.
Okay, oh wow. Okay. So, yeah, food? Food sounds good. Food sounds great right now.
We should get you a little
empty.
something. Come on, come on. And we'll just usher Loka away.
After a short period of time, the apprentice wizard has successfully cleaned up the pitch, and the game resumes.
And is 1 gold richer.
All right. Hey, son. Poof! There's a package in front of you.
Yeah.
It is made of brown paper. It is wrapped very tightly with twine, and has the Carthax's wax seal just kind of like pressed into the side of it. It's about, I'm gonna say like banana-sized.
Wonderfully quick. Hasan is going to go ahead and open it up.
Yeah, so you unwrap a vial of, it looks like a very bright blue liquid, like almost tinging on white. It appears to be fizzing inside its little corked bottle. And there's just a little note attached to it that says, "You gotta drink it all at once!"
Well, I suppose I should make this count. Does anybody have a spyglass nearby? Is there anybody with a spyglass? Hasan's looking around.
Probably not any of the crowd goers.
I am worried,
I'm okay with... Actually, I think Claude actually left the spyglass with you, Pashmina. So you keep an eye on it, because I think he's grabbing several more from other caches on the way to bring to the rest of the Arbiters.
Okay. Pashmina produces a spyglass.
Oh, thank you, Pashmina.
Of course. Sorry, I actually, I'll meet back up with you all again in a moment. I'm gonna go find Mama and Papa, I think.
Oh, yes. Tell them to... I've got to tell them to leave, probably.
That's my plan. I hope
Alright,
they'll
well,
listen.
can you actually stay here for 1 second? Just put a hand on my back for a moment. Just give me general support. Thank
Okay.
you. Hasan downs the potion.
All right. Because he rolled so high, this is only a DC 10 con save.
Oh, but still.
Oh, definitely still a con save. It's just much safer than it would have been.
Thank God with the +1 on con, that's 15.
15, so you'll take half damage.
Oh my god.
So we're looking
Damage?
at... Yes, damage.
How much acid?
Just 4 points of acid, or you're taking half, so 2 points of acid damage.
God.
It is alarmingly fizzy. As it goes down your throat. It's actually just kind of actively difficult to swallow. Given the amount of, well, I'd say carbonation, but it's definitely not carbon dioxide. It is some kind of potentially noxious gas, that has been diffused into this solution. And you fully go blind for like 3-4 seconds after drinking it, and then like slowly your vision starts to come back to you. In blacks and whites first, then the color starts to set in. Pashmina looks real wonky for a minute. But after like several seconds, your vision starts to fade all the way back in. And instead of simply seeing a disturbance far off in the distance, you do in fact see a full silhouette. From here, it's with sans spyglass. It's pretty easy to see it as the clear silhouette and wide wingspan of a draconic form.
Oh, yeah.
Long tail and head, claws dangling down, soaring upon the wind currents. And now that you can fully see it properly, definitively pointed directly towards the Harvest Festival.
Ah, perfect.
Any idea I can get from what color its scales are, or no?
Not bare-eyed, but with the spyglass you would probably be able to.
Heisan will use Pashmina's Spyglass and
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an investigation check to
Bazinga.
scrutinize. Bazinga.
Sorry, that was.
That is really funny.
it's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Oh,
Excellent.
Actually, bazinga moment.
Actual bazinga.
Now that's a bazinga moment, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What's what we in the D&D community call a bazinga moment. So, definitively, as you stare at it, the answer is gray. Like kind of an ashen, light gray. But, as you kind of scrutinize it and as it flies, the sun is beginning to set, and it's very difficult to discern a color considering that, with it so far up in the sky, it's obviously going to be much darker than the bright surroundings that are the sky. But through the spyglass, as it starts to catch some of the light diffused through different clouds, you catch that it is a light gray. And more acutely, you note that the scales are white. Sorry, not white, silver, faded to gray.
Okay.
And while you are examining the scales, you note that the dragon is not alone, but rather that there is a figure perched onto its back holding to the spines of the dragon. With a 20 investigation, you see a dark cloak and recognize the gold insignia of Chancellor Nvorak.
Okay.
It would appear that the Chancellor is making a visit here.
Oh,
And on a great dragon that has clearly been afflicted.
that's about what I suspected, yes.
When
Son, I
one...
really need to.
Sorry. Yes, by all means, go.
Pashmina fucking sprints off.
Alright. By estimations, having seen it before, it's moving a little faster, and it actually is lower to the ground than you thought it was, given the invisibility. So you've probably got like an hour until it gets here.
Oof. Oh, that's way worse than I thought. Oh no.
See the arbiters kind of discussing their little grouping. They kind of like start nodding to each other and begin to break up and disperse, it looks like.
Heisan, can Heisan grab one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Heisan will grab one. If you're going to do an evacuation, you have about an hour to do it, he will whisper to them. It's moving fast.
Are you... how do you...
I'm a friend of a friend who told you. A friend of the person who told you what was coming.
Understood. Look, the plan is we're going to get into positions to be able to evacuate. We're going to evaluate whether or not it's a threat.
It is a dragon. It is a necrotized dragon being mounted by Chancellor Nvorak of the Horaxan Coalition, the very same one which is currently threatening you. Hopefully, that should provide some context as to what kind of threat this is.
You know, I would have preferred if you'd led that. Led with that one.
Apologies.
Shit. All right. And I think it's actually Claude talking to you, and will like grab you by the shoulder and be like, "Hold up!" Like give a whistle. And the arbiters will kind of like stop and like come back to regroup and begin talking amongst each other. And it's just like, okay, new information. I think they kind of they take a moment to look at you, Heisan, for a moment, and they're just like, you're aware that your eyes are glowing, right?
No, I'm guessing it's a side effect of whatever potion I just drank.
All right. Well, keep an eye on that. Well, I guess you can't. Purportedly, given someone got abilities to, see invisibility. You spotted this thing?
Temporarily. Don't know how long it's going to last. This was a slapshot job from someone who has been known to make very unstable things.
Go ahead and make me a persuasion check.
11.
11.
I think you just lost their trust a little bit with that.
There is certainly some, like, oh, is this person just, like, high? But you seemed to know about the thing, so they're not so fully going to discount what you're saying. They kind of have a rehuddle, and it's like, okay, well, if it is the Chancellor, we've still got a month to make any kind of decision, so it's unlikely that they would attempt to enact any level of physical violence, because that would be counterintuitive to their goals. That said, we're being threatened in the first place, so what is strategically sensible is maybe debatable in this, and they kind of start going back and forth a bit about what to do. General sentiment seems to lean toward set up and prepare for evacuation, but don't enact it until or unless absolutely necessary. The idea is to be there as assistance and to enable others to make their own exits without imposing that upon the festival unnecessarily. With an extra preparation of Red Deadshot Jane, their archer, the one who actually made the announced the beginning of the Harvest Festival, is fully planning on setting up on one of the rooftops with arrow knocked, ready to do something if necessary. There is one particular arbiter that needs some particular convincing, the one that Claude mentioned he was going to go talk to himself, a kind of like well-cloaked tiefling named Clemency, that everyone just keeps calling Clem, who seems a lot more interested in doing violence should this individual come and try and pull some shit, but does manage to get talked down by the other arbiters before dispersing. There's a lot of flashing daggers from underneath her cloak before they kind of calm them down, and it's just like, you're it's gonna be fine.
Away from this person.
You know what? We're gonna put you at the south exit, so that should needs be dire straits, we know you'll get wherever you need to be. But we're gonna not put you in a position where you can cause an international incident. Pashmina, you said you were going to get your parents.
Yes, she is running back to where they've set up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit of a hike. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Booth's running just fine. Looks like they're having a really good time. The flowers are selling like hotcakes. Corsages specifically are really going.
Oh, that's cute. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I feel like if she doesn't spot them immediately, she just starts asking around.
They are working the booth.
Then
She's got an image to preserve.
Just runs right up to the booth. If there's people in line, she doesn't push them out of the way so much as she sort of like bumps right up next to them.
Yeah. Gets to the front of the table as fast as you can.
I'm sorry, but we really need to talk right now.
Oh, yes. Saul, take over for me. What's going on? Are you okay? Something happened? And Ophistine kind of takes a step back deeper into the booth area where they're kind of like have their stock.
This is all going to sound really strange and sudden, and I was told by the Arbiters not to start something, but I need at least you and Papa and the other folks from the winery to please consider leaving early.
What? But the festival's hardly begun.
I know. We saw something. Something is on its way from the Coalition right now.
The attitude changes pretty severely. Is what? Oh. Well, I mean, we've got kind of like looks around kind of helplessly at the stock it took 3 days to set up in their square.
Scratch.
I can't. Obviously, I can't make this decision for you, and it's a lot, and there's so many people and so much hard work behind it, I know.
Well, she wants to go.
But
Still,
I don't want anything to happen to any of you because of
She's just getting more and more flustered because, like, she knows what she saw. She knows what Hassan just told her, and it's a lot.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check flat. You'd have advantage because you're her daughter that she loves very much. But frankly, just the situation is giving her disadvantage. Like, this is something that they have been preparing for months, that leaving would mean literally just leaving tens of thousands of gold of stock behind.
Oh, no. Why you? Okay. 5.
Well, look, we can get a cart ready, so that we can leave if we need to. I'm sure it will be. I hope it will be fine. I hope it would be. We've got people here who can help protect all of us. But I mean, you're clearly very serious about this. We've got some folks not working in our booths right now. We'll get set up to leave at a moment's notice.
I think there's definitely a moment of, like, her face falls a little bit. Then she kind of, like, regathers her resolve and just nods solemnly. It's like,
please be ready.
Yes, of course. I think she's gonna lean over and give you a hug. there is there are subtleties to physical contact infection and whatnot. As much as this is, and she will immediately thereafter get some people together and start like hitching up a cart to some pack animals to be ready to get going if they need to. But it's a reassurance hug of, I'm going to do this because it'll make you feel better. And you get that that's not for lack of caring, just for lack of understanding.
Yeah. I think as she kind of understands that through this hug, she whispers to her mother,
we will be back soon, and when I come back, I'm going to tell you everything that happened over the past 2 years. All of it. Everything. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, we can, yes.
Mama,
Yes.
I love you.
I love you too, Mimi. Just hard, soft eyes, just so worried. Another tight embrace.
which immediately reciprocates, hugs her very hard, and then lets go and just is very quickly darting back.
Yeah.
So where she knows the Arbiters and her friends are.
Yeah, you're heading back to Central Mall. The Arbiters are already begun, have already begun to spread out. You can see Rorik taking up position in the east again. Clem, begrudgingly setting up position in the south. And kind of walking up to the lot of you. What is everyone up to? Zoran and Loco, we haven't heard from you two in a little bit.
What is Loka up to? That is always the question.
Grabbing a snack.
Oh, that's right.
Said
we were going to
you'd
get
intended
food.
to grab some food very quickly.
Yeah.
I also think neither of us know exactly what's going on anymore.
Yeah.
So we're just having a little snack,
Excellent.
you know?
Is there a particular kind of Harvest Festival street food either of you are gravitating toward?
Anything with pumpkin.
Good to know. Apple cider donuts? Pumpkin spice donuts? Little fried things.
I know for a fact Loka wants like food. You know what I mean?
I was
like a
gonna say more or
just-
less same.
You interested in like a meat pie?
Yeah.
Or maybe a
Yeah.
squash stew? Looking for like a hearty pumpkin soup.
Something big and bready.
Oh, for sure. So we're looking for like pumpkin
Tosses
stew
all
in
over
a
them
bread bowl.
bowls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was to say, you know they got them bread bowls.
I think it's just served with a whole loaf of bread.
I love that.
I'm so incredibly frustrated at this moment as a human being because now you've made me want Panera,
So
and there
sorry.
is no Panera near me.
I
That I
literally
can
have
even
Panera
deliver.
downstairs right now.
Pain, suffering.
I'm
Right.
Gotta send it with Carthaxes.
Real.
if Carthaxis was real, I would pay Caroline double
I
to give me
Caroline's
fucking
Panera.
Panera right now.
I'm so sorry.
As
Yeah.
the two of you go ahead and drop 2 gold for let's call it the like
Each?
bread and soup lineup total.
Total?
For what is like, I'm gonna say like a 2-foot long, nice hearty thick loaf
God.
of bread, as
Look
well
it
as
up.
a couple
It's on
thick
me.
bowls of hearty pumpkin stew in a couple different spice varieties. And as you are digging your spoons into these bowls, you hear a crack of sound overhead. As
What the hell was that? Is it thunder?
and you look up to see a large shadow cast down onto the festival marketplace, as there is a soft shockwave having reverberated out from where this draconic form has now become visible in the sky. And the enormous wing beats are pushing out an incredibly loud amount of sound as they are slowly descending. Looks like looking to land near the outskirts of this market, harvest festival market. There are immediate uproars.
Yeah.
There is a lot of almost all instruments go entirely quiet as the festival kind of hushes, trying to examine what is going on. There's a lot of like fearful glances upward. There's a distinct difference in the demeanor of the adults and the children here. Many adults are looking up. Dread is the primary emotion you are getting from the vast majority of people standing around. And you know how when something bad happens, kids don't really understand or know enough to be scared, but recognize that everyone around them is scared, and that kind of confuses them in a way that may make it even a little bit more scary.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a lot of youngins clinging to pant legs and kind of hiding behind their folks, or just looking up in kind of bewildered wonder at this enormous creature as it tears down towards the outskirts of the Harvest Festival. Wing beats, again, thundering through the air as it eventually touches down on the grass with a heavy thud that rumbles through the ground of Central Matla. The dragon itself, again, silver scales, faded and dulled to gray around the edges, eyes peering down at the festival, but pupils desaturated, lost pigment, almost turned a glassy white, and mouth hung slightly open. Doesn't look like it's peering or really looking for anything. It's just that its eyes are settling down on the harvest as a black-robed figure walks down the spines of this dragon to the ground and starts approaching the Harvest Festival. You see immediately a couple of arbiters are like running out to meet with said figure who has landed some distance away, probably several hundred feet, again, near the edges of Central Matla and the Harvest itself, somewhere where there was enough room to land at all. The dragon itself standing a couple stories tall, and sitting very still. The hush of the crowd starts to turn to murmurs. You see some people were poised, probably about to run, but this figure's just a pillar sitting off to the side, kind of looming over the proceedings. Musicians aren't really sure whether to start back up or to do anything particularly at all. Everyone's just kind of standing in stunned silence for the moment.
Is this person visible for, like, all of us?
Visible when they were atop the dragon, but now that they have come down to the ground level, they're very much lost in the distance and the crowd.
Damn. Okay.
I would say,
Can Hassan? I'm guessing Hassan is in the crowd. Can he cast message on the dragon?
If you would like to.
Yeah, we'll cast message on the dragon. Can you hear me?
The only message you get back is in a low rumble, in kind of stuttered speech. Quiet.
Am I too loud?
Quiet.
Does anyone want the Watcher's Guide?
I'm sorry, everybody. Hey, Son's stupid.
No? Oh.
I do apologize. Are you all right?
Quiet.
Oh, there's potions.
Hey, Son is going to start approaching
There's a
the
great axe
dragon.
plus one.
All right, trying to make your way
I
through
was
the
gonna
crowd.
say, yeah, as soon as it was
I think the
visible,
crowd
Athena
in
was
that
pushing her
direction
way.
is unsurprisingly thinning out. As people are kind of hesitantly and starting to creep and move away.
Well, there are also
He's also just trying to keep an eye out for Chancellor Navorak and, like, trying to, like, hopefully for the purpose of avoiding his gaze.
Good to know. Pashmina, you're also making your way in that direction?
She is not approaching the dragon. She is trying to watch this interaction between the Arbiters and Chancellor Navorak.
Okay. Noted.
Likewise.
Okay.
Can I just say, Loka has a potion in his hand.
Yeah.
And I think we all know which one I'm talking about. He's not done anything with it, but he has it.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
well, yeah, uh-oh.
I wasn't expecting that. Okay. Damn it.
Is it the lightning breath one?
That's
Absolutely.
what I'm assuming. Yeah, but,
Oh my god, okay.
I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to do anything right now with
Yep.
it, but, like,
Mhm.
How
I
near
am
are you to
anticipating.
Pashmina, specifically?
I don't think I'm that close to you, actually. I think we're all kind
Yeah.
of making, like, I'm closest to Zoran right
Y'all just sitting on the bench, eating.
now. Well, I was.
Was.
I think we both abandoned our food.
Oh,
just-
Loka's kind of
Brought
got
it with.
Loka's got, like, one hand on the food, one hand on the potion. He knows he can open the cork with his mouth. He's okay, you know.
Zoran's probably the
super
only one
left
that sees Loka, yeah.
Okay.
At least for the time being.
What are you doing?
Getting ready. This could get really bad really quick.
Put it away for now. We don't know if this is going to be anything.
It certainly feels like it's about to be something, so I'm just gonna keep this here just in case.
I recommend you keep it hidden close.
Okay.
Loka does not look like he is moving to do that.
Please. Just in case this is hopefully nothing. If it looks like someone is going to try and start anything, it could be very bad for everyone involved. Just trust me.
Okay, I'll put it away this time, but no, I have a really bad feeling about this.
I do too. Come, I want to get a little closer.
Loka will follow you just a bit behind. He's not particularly interested at this moment being directly next to you.
That's totally fine.
Because I think he kind of wants to Because if I'm remembering correctly, Chancellor Navorak was at the thing in
The
Althrop,
party.
He was.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he was.
and so
I
he probably
danced with him.
recognizes all of us. To a certain
Not
extent.
me.
Not you. How does
Hopefully,
he
maybe.
not recognize you? You're the fucking crown prince.
I will remind you that he did see us through the eyes of.
Oh right. In this,
Through
yeah,
the
you're so
devil.
right.
He knows exactly who we are.
I can just cast disguise self whatever I want. It's fine.
Peshmina and Hassan, you're looking to observe this interaction.
Pashmina is trying to see and hear as much
See
of
and
what
hear.
if she can get close enough without being like intrusive.
Seeing's totally fine. Hearing, you'll have to get close enough that if you want to remain unseen, I'm going to ask for stealth checks.
You know what?
Also
Invisibility.
flat invisibility, okay? Noted.
How long did that potion last, by the way?
See invisibility? Still going.
Oh, still
Eyes still
going.
glowing.
They are.
Good.
Then you see Pashmina.
You do. But, I mean, you don't have any reason to believe Pashmina is not invisible. Or is invisible. Or is not invisible. Pashmina, you creep up. And Hassan, you watch as the Arbiters, specifically Claude and Magritte, kind of have hustled up to Navorak and are kind of talking in hushed tones to him and amongst each other to him, kind of in a little thing, as Navorak is just very calmly, slowly walking toward the Harvest Festival. Seems to be speaking calmly, understand. The two Arbiters are clearly very concerned. And the Chancellor's very nodding along, understandably. He has some kind of apologetic hand gestures. And Pashmina, invisible, you hear the conversation. It's the back and forth of like, I no offense intended, Chancellor, but you have to know that this is a very much an unprecedented arrival. If you could have alarmed us you were coming, there could have been a riot. There could have been, and Chancellor's just like, I understand. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience, and I apologize. I'll more than happy to make an announcement to reassure everyone that this is nothing but a visit. I just want to enjoy the festival a little bit, to observe the bountiful might of Matla, and hopefully perhaps even ingratiate myself a little bit with the locals here. Just hoping to make an appearance. I promise I'll be on my way by the time evening comes. I have no intention of doing anything untoward. If you'd like to escort me, you may. It's not a problem, I anticipate. I do not anticipate having any problems, and I think Magritte's just like, well, I mean, I hope you understand that tensions are fairly high here, and as such, I mean, I think an escort would be necessary for both your safety and those around you, and Navorak gives a very passive hand wave, just like, I assure you I am very safe. I do a fairly good job of protecting myself, I must say. And the big boy won't do much. He'll just stand and watch, and I'm sure he's great with kids. He won't do anything untoward, and Claude, like, fucking looks back at the enormous, towering, ashen dragon that is just staring blankly down at Central Matla, active shiver rolling up his spine. And Chancellor Navorak continues walking toward town. The crowd is very much, like, parting for Navorak, but at this point, there's a lot more. Well, nothing has happened. There's kind of an unease, but people are also, like, kind of crowding around, like, trying to get a peek. Like, this is fucking weird, but also, I mean, like, it's not every day you see something like that. It's kind of fucky. Is there anything anyone would like to do as Chancellor Novorak approaches the central square.
Yes. Hassan is continuing during that interaction to approach the
The dragon.
Yeah, but a little far, maybe like a good distance away. Hassan will stop for a moment and just look it over. How old does this dragon look?
Go ahead and make me... I'm gonna say nature. Nature or survival. And Pashmina, since you heard that entire conversation, you may give me insight if you would like to.
Yes.
That's going to be a 16.
16. Quite old. Definitively an adult dragon. Capital A, adult dragon. Looks to be like well grown for the size. Hard to tell because there's clearly some signs of like wear and aging, and if you had to guess, maybe desiccation or preservation going on with their whole visage that make it a little bit harder to discern anything particularly precise. But certainly an adult, kind of looking at the scales, silver question mark dragon.
Hey, son. How is 3 getting close to? He's gonna just like quickly.
Oh, 3 stopped about 100 feet back. 3 is not getting anywhere near this dragon unless directly told to do so.
Okay. Little cowardly bird. Okay, I guess he's gonna have to do it himself.
Peshmina, how'd you do on that insight roll?
16 plus 6.
22. Very solid. As the two go on, you see that Magritte and Claude are clearly in full damage control mode. You get from them what is honestly not very hidden, kind of made explicit by the statement itself that, like, they would like to escort Chancellor Dvorak primarily, not exclusively, but primarily to keep an eye on him. And also to... It's not, like... They are very much in protect the citizens mode. If this motherfucker does anything, they want to and need to be there. Claude has a hand on the hilt of his rapier at all times during this conversation. Kind of unconfidently. You can tell that his hands are shaking a bit.
Yeah.
But that he's here and he believes in what he's saying. As for Dvorak, as far as you can tell, his intention is clear. I just want to enjoy the festival. Certainly partially, like it seems that his intentions here are not malicious, certainly. He clearly has a kind of hand-waving disregard for the disturbance he has caused.
Yeah.
It's clear that he is not particularly concerned with the consequences of having disrupted the proceedings, but doesn't appear to openly... There's no malice in his voice, only dismissal. When he says he's just here to observe, and particularly enjoy, have some fun, there's a political layer to that voice, for sure. Like... He's doing some doublespeak, but it's just subtle enough that it's falling a little bit under the radar, even with a 22. But you get... His intentions are clear, and you are quite confident that in that moment, during that conversation, he has no intention of, like, acting. You get the sense he's rolling with a cool confidence that tells you if he was going to do something, he would have done it already.
I think over sending stones, she tells the rest, I'm tailing just behind the Arbiters in Navorak. I don't think there's going to be any kind of attack, but this is... It's all intimidation tactics. He's toying with us.
Also noted, roll the 22s. I'm trying to remember all the points in that conversation as well. The statement that the dragon behind him is good with kids, merely a joke, very clearly. But the statement he won't do anything seems genuine therein, and not in a like personality, I know this person and they won't do this thing way.
No, it's just going to sit there and literally do nothing.
In an assured, like, this is how this mechanism acts kind of way. There's one other thing. The statement, not planning on staying past the evening. Also, clear, distinct intention.
He says that he won't be here beyond the evening. So, here's hoping he'll be gone before long, but...
Did he say why he's here?
Just to observe, and you hear the like sarcasm in her over the sending of stones, just like
He says he's here to enjoy the festivities and admire the bounty of Mala. Whatever.
Staking out his claim.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's just the bounty of Motley that he's about to try and steal through force.
He'll ruin this land.
It's getting pretty close to the river's meet at this point. Anything else you'd like to do, Hassan? Are you tailing behind or sticking with the dragon?
No, Hassan is sticking with the dragon for now.
Okay.
He trusts Pashmina. Hassan's gonna start... As Hassan gets closer, does the dragon react at all?
No. Like a statue.
Hassan is gonna start looking for sigils then, like the ones he knows.
Yeah, absolutely.
Smart.
Go ahead and make an investigation check, and we'll get back to that. As
Inspiration?
as Navorak gets to River's
God
meet,
damn it.
one of the other arbiters reaches up to hand
That's a
him the
9.
little 9, noted, a little megaphone, as Jane did with the announcement. Having known they were going to be there, Pashmina and I believe Zoran, I don't know if, or Hassan, I guess is technically the only one that knows. I don't know if he disseminated this information. Although Hassan will be able to spot it. One of the taller buildings on the outside, actually the tower of the Temple of Bahamut, Hassan, you can see even from the outskirts. You see Jane's silhouette with a bow at the top. Kind of looking down at the proceedings. Navora kind of puts a hand up and refuses the simple megaphone and plucks a gem from his pocket. It glows lightly as he kind of runs a finger across it and gives it like, which reverberates loudly across River's Meat and quite loudly across probably the majority of the festival. The kind of uneasy whispers and murmurings settle back into quiet. He gives a deep bow to the assembled crowd and citizens of Matla, my dearest apologies for having made such an untoward appearance. Not my intention. I simply had no way of contacting ahead of time. Having not known I was able to attend this glorious festival when it was I'd had the ability to do so. Normally, I'm just so busy. Back at the Citadel in the pinnacle of the Haraxan Coalition, but it is my pride and joy to be able to attend your delightful gathering this evening. I should hope to extend as much generosity and hospitality to you while I am here as you might to me. But in the meantime, pay me no mind. I'm simply here to observe and enjoy. I'm sure happy to talk to and meet many of you during the proceedings herein. Proceed as if I simply wasn't here. And there is a bit of a deeply nervous laugh from the surrounding crowds as he says as such, which gets responded to by a bit of a wry smile on his part. Please, and thank you all for welcoming me here. And he will take a step down and go to begin walking amongst the Harvest Festival, escorted by Magritte and Claude. Hisan. 9 investigation.
Yeah.
It's a little rough. The layers and layers of scales, the articulate detail. Something else you notice is making this particularly difficult is the ashen tone of this dragon's scales not only obscure color, like the silvered color of the scales, but also texture. So if there were runes etched into the scales that had been either on a small scale or a large scale across many scales over the surface of this beast, it would be very hard to tell, especially as the sun is starting to set and lighting is beginning to cast longer and longer shadows.
Hasan is going to put a hand on them again and, I guess, cast message again.
You're going to touch the dragon?
Yes. Do I need to make a save?
Where do you intend to touch the dragon?
Wherever he is looking. I guess we can roll for that.
Legs or tail? You've got all 4 legs on the ground. Is in kind of imagine kind of a dog-seated position. Haunches on the ground, front legs, and then tail behind.
Back leg, I guess.
Back leg, alright. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
That is going to be a 17.
17. Impulsively, you are pushed backward by the dragon's leg as they shift you backward. You don't manage to lose your footing and moves with the weight and mass. This leg is almost as big as you are, if not significantly larger. So you're not accidentally crushed by this leg, but they do kind of abruptly scoot you backward.
Is your name Slander?
Message?
Yes.
Quiet.
And you know nothing more than those words.
No response.
So much for a great conqueror you are. I guess I can try this one more.
You'll be able to repeat the investigation check again in a while. You're not being interrupted.
Alright, awesome.
You've got some extra time.
Let's see. First, detect magic.
You intend to put your hands on them again? Oh, no. Just simply detect magic.
Yeah.
Very much so. I absolutely slathered in the stuff. A few different types. Primarily, probably unsurprisingly, necromancy.
Yep.
But there is also a pretty significant amount of enchantment, located primarily on their back and underside. Underside being primarily obscured by their legs sitting upright.
I guess Isan is going to have to do another investigation with that, even if it'll take time.
Absolutely.
Would he get advantage with detect magic just out of curiosity, or no?
Yeah, I'd say so. It'll help direct you to where to be looking.
Okay.
All right. Peshminas are on Loka.
That is a 24, by the way.
Noted.
I'm just tailing behind the Chancellor.
For sure. Disguised?
Yes.
Excellent. Good to know. You're not the only one. As before, now that settled down, some of the musicians are kind of tentatively starting to pick up again. There's definitively not as much dancing. There's a lot more just kind of quiet conversation and whatnot. But people are kind of uneasily getting back to what they were up to. There's a, Did you just start up the music again?
I'm helping.
Thank you. It's just like, I didn't do that. And, you're not the only one falling behind. There is certainly a little bit of peripheral crowd as Dvorak begins filtering around the Harvest Festival. It looks like he's headed towards primarily just the booths and food shops. He actually stops at a couple to buy a dessert of some. He's gonna buy some I mentioned it before, apple cider donut. Some kind of poultry pastries. He's notably grossly overpaying for them. He's dropping almost exactly double of what any given piece of food costs in gold. And most of the vendors interacting with him are doing so very tentatively. There's a bit of like, yeah, what do you want? Yeah, I can get you a donut. Although others are a little bit more level-headed. Some, there are some glances exchanged between the arbiters and the folks at the booths who are clearly not happy with Dvorak's presence here. And Dvorak seems to have the good sense when there is someone clearly opposed to his presence to keep moving. He is refusing the tokens.
I wondered about that. I was like,
he's actually giving the tokens to the nearest child whenever he receives them.
Ooh, you bastard.
how dare you be nice? You sick fuck.
Poisoning my children's minds with your games.
Oh. Jeez.
Peshmina, your invisibility lasts an hour, right?
Yeah.
Good to know. Certainly hasn't been an hour yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything. I feel, and I think Peshmina also just kind of feels completely powerless to do anything but watch right now. Like, but goddamn it, watch she will. So
Absolutely. This continues. Goes to the various kind of moves from the food booths to various merchandise. I'll roll for luck. It's over 10. He is going to end up near the Rose Groves booth. Wilmorn with a clenched jaw is going to end up selling him a rose, which Dvorak accepts with a very tight smile and a bow, which he will put in his breast pocket for later. Kind of idly purchase. He doesn't seem to be as interested in kind of the textiles, art, sculpture, merch, collectible, memorabilia. More interested in the foods and whatnot. Stops occasionally to have discussions amongst the citizenry. While walking, actually has kind of a constant conversation between Claude and Magritte and himself. Kind of between whatnot, usually with Claude or Magritte asking kind of a tentative question as soon as they're past something, and Dvorak typically giving very non-committal answers. Who will play a couple of carnival games. Ends up at the hog toss. Actually does like medium well. Actually, those watching Zoran and Peshmina, go ahead and give me insight checks.
On it. I never start the sessions with my dice tray open, so I have to shovel all the dice out every time.
14 plus 6.
20.
15. Wait, 16.
16. Both over 15. Zoran, you can tell that, like, he's pulling back. Specifically on the games of strength. Mm-hmm. There is a layer that he's not really dealing with as much. Peshmina with dirty 20, right? Exactly a 20.
Yes.
He's clearly trying to be... Yeah, you both certainly notice he's trying to be pretty modest with his performance at these games. Trying to clearly I merely did as poorly as you all did. In kind of a like, no one can beat carnival games. Doesn't matter what kind of person you are. But on the rabbit hog toss specifically, a feat of strength. Zoran, you can tell he's holding back a little bit. Peshmina, you can tell he scores exactly average. Like, not happenstance average, not a little over, a little under average. He gets exactly 1 in each slot.
Is there something I want to do with this? I think there is. I think... I think using Minor Illusion, because what can I do? What sounds can I make? Create it can be your voice, someone else's voice. The sound continues, discrete sounds at different times. I think I want to make a voice, not Peshmina's voice, but some voice, kind of just a disparate, whatever, a voice from the crowd, a non-specific, that's just like, I want to try and goad him to see if he can, if he'll let slip the fact that he's holding back. Like, I want to try and see if he will show a little more of his true strength.
Sure. Kind of like, oh, come on! You can do better than that!
Yeah, like,
show
My
us what
grandma
your axe
can
is
do
made
better than
of.
that. Oh, I love that. Oh, that's good. Show us what her axe is made of. Is
Yeah.
very good. Absolutely. We will get back to that. Go ahead and make me a persuasion check with advantage. While you are doing that, hey San, you got a 24 on your new investigation.
Yeah.
Kind of circling this draconic figure. Once you notice a couple things. Firstly, after having gotten shoved back, you notice if you ever end up within like 5 feet or so of it, its eyes stop staring into the middle of River's Meat and start looking down at you. So if you at some point, if and whenever you get particularly close, it shifts its attention toward itself. And now on investigation, you get a better look at its underside. Kind of creeping, kind of staring between its legs as best you can, trying to get a better sense of what may be down there. And unsurprisingly, you see runes. Similar to those employed that you'd seen previously on Davil and the Courier and Schemo, but not simply larger, much more complex. There is what appears to be just a much, much larger enchantment on this individual. And it looks like it's part of the reason it may have been complicated is there are areas on this dragon's underside that are clearly avoided by the runes of this enchantment. Once again, not glowing, etched in this kind of deep black on the softer skin of the underside. It is not scaled on their underside, because you see what look like wounds kind of dotted across the underside of this dragon. And you said it rolled a 24 investigation?
Yes.
They are definitely piercing wounds, and would correlate pretty easily to the size and probably depth, level of scarring, to a very large longbow.
Awesome. Awesome. That is all I need to know. Let's see. Let's see how difficult this is. Can I Arcana for the runes to see maybe try and suss out what they do specifically? What might their effect be on the dragon?
They are quite obscured, even despite seeing them, just given the position of the dragon itself. You can definitely roll to try and see what you can, but you'll definitely have disadvantage. And even with whatever you roll, you're probably not going to be able to get a complete picture.
Okay.
You can definitely gain some insight if you would like to.
16.
16. Quite good. You have... I'll give you this piece of insight. You can easily identify that there is control magic at play, certainly. In the same way that you had seen on obscured through Schemo. Schemo's probably still the best shot you have gotten at looking at this kind of enchantment, given that his body was unmarred and he had modified his own tattoo in order to gain some amount of freedom and break the enchantment within it. That said, the amount of what you don't know, the what is there that is new is somewhat impenetrable from here, but you do notice very quickly there are things that are missing. Notably, the runes you'd noted for controlling living creatures, modifying their thought, being able to... had that one clause you'd noted that Schemo particularly obscured, that meant upon death, one would gain control or he would give orders to a reanimated corpse. Any runes referencing or enchanting a living creature, absent.
Okay, so can I just go out and infer that this is just undead.
I think it is completely reasonable to infer that if the creature were alive, these runes would be necessary, and thus it's a pretty clear inference that this dragon is no longer with us.
Okay.
And from what you know about undeath from your given studies, cognitive function is pretty limited.
Yep.
Or can be. Peshmina Zaran Loco, what you up to?
Hey, someone is going to... Sorry.
No, please.
See if he can get something out of it. And is going to try... using Major Image... begin to recreate... in front of this creature's eyes... Well... I guess I can... You know what? I should really ask this first. Do you believe it... Well... No, maybe Hasan should just try this. To see if he can't get...
Questions are good.
If cognitive function is normal, I guess it wouldn't have any memory of being previously alive then, correct?
Undeath is complicated.
Okay. Hasan is going to begin using Major Image in front of its eyes to essentially start conjuring images that it maybe might recognize. It's trying creating the platinum bars, Ziraj, the arrows, trying to see if there's any flicker of recognition at all.
How subtly are you just doing this directly in front of it?
Yes.
There's not really
too
another
large,
option. It's
just
kind of
in
landed in the middle of a field.
Yeah.
Good to know.
In miniature, maybe, but that is what he is doing.
Go ahead and make me insight.
Dirty 20, good.
Dirty 20. You conjure the silver bar, or the platinum bars. Nothing. You come and summon Ziraj. There's a twitch in its muscle fibers. It looks like it is about to act somehow out of instinct, just barely. It's very subtle, but it does not. It does not move. Any other images? I'll let that insight stand for any other images you choose to conjure.
So, I guess...
Are you able to conjure like an image of the town?
Maybe not a town, but of one of the we got images of the leader figure before, correct?
You did.
No, we
I
didn't.
don't think any of you like saw visions or anything of them. Only descriptions.
It's just gonna.
You saw the robes of the Elder of Thunder Tree.
Yeah, it's gonna start conjuring visions of the robes and I guess of various villagers. I guess.
The only thing you ever saw of the villagers were hazy silhouettes.
Oh right, I forgot about that.
Certainly a twitch at the vision of the robes, though.
Well, at least I know who you are. Hasan is gonna put a hand on it and cast Intellect Fortress on it.
Like on, again, where?
On its snout, I guess.
Go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw. Its snout is 20 feet in the air.
Oh.
If you'd like to fly up and do that, you certainly may.
Oh, then just on its neck or whatever is closest.
Its legs and tail are accessible from the ground.
Legs, then. That's
it is sitting upright like a dog.
Oh, I didn't roll that right. Anyway, that's a 13.
13. I need to recheck this. You rolled a 15 last time, right?
Correct.
Yeah. You're looking to cast Intellect Fortress on it?
Yeah.
All right.
You know what? Maybe I should. Can I actually rethink this 1 second? I'm getting thoughts.
I mean,
No. No, sorry, it is too late. Yeah.
let's see. $14. You were 1 off. So.
Willing creature?
Does it define willing creature?
For the duration, you or one willing creature you can see
Oh,
within
I think-
range.
This is something Hassan would know.
Oh, okay.
You can still attempt if you think that this creature may be willing.
Okay.
But
Okay.
Hassan would know that this would only be effective on a willing creature.
Okay. In that case, I'm not going to. Sorry.
All right, no worries.
And one more thing then. Speak with dead?
Sure
no
is a
effect?
dead creature.
But does it work on undead is the thing. He does cast it. He tries casting it.
Tries casting it. For the first time, you see the dragon twitch and lean its head down to get on your level. How many questions do you get?
Let's see.
As many as we need.
Allowing it to answer the questions you pose until it spends up to 5 questions.
Up to 5 questions.
Crap. Do you want to cut away while I think up some questions?
Absolutely, that sounds great.
Thank you. Sorry
That's-
for
That's
keeping the
fine.
camera on this for so long.
You do so. Relevantly, as you do so, Peshmina and Zeron, following Nvorak, see his head turn as he sees the dragon move.
I did roll an 18 on that persuasion check.
Excellent. He's gonna have disadvantage on this for sure. He wants to be liked so bad. Okay.
Oh,
You rolled an 18?
I rolled an 18.
Even
Did he-
with his bonus, which is considerable, you see the smile of an amount of determination, and he will grab and hoist. He'll pay the man and go again, having just received his tokens for a completely average score. And he's going to be rolling athletics to try and hold back on this.
Come on.
He's doing okay so far. He's got 3 throws. So, let's see how this goes. Okay. First 2 throws, beautiful tosses, sailing like pretty considerably. One lands just on the edge of the furthest, scoring full points. The next a bit beyond that, kind of towards the outer edges of the play area. Like, okay, that is a very, very considerable throw. I think the crowd's kind of like watching this like, oh god, okay, what's going on with that? That is a 3. The last one he picks up and hurls. And it goes almost double the distance of the play area. And I would like Peshmina and Zeron to make perception checks.
On it. Motherfucker. Ah! I dropped my lock.
Peshmina, since you goaded him, I will give you advantage on this, because you were doing this specifically to watch him.
Thank you.
Cool. That's a no.
That was an 11.
An 11?
8.
8. Zeron, you see muscles bulge. You're
Yeah.
very much seeing this guy hulk the fuck out for this.
Yeah.
Peshmina, it's subtle and a little hard to notice, and you're not entirely certain. There's something as he throws that last heavy laden sack, altogether much too far.
Yeah.
You see a green glint in his eyes, and you see something odd happen with his nails on his hand. They seem to like point just slightly, very briefly. And as soon as he has tossed that, he gives a oh, and kind of rubs his hands together, and whatever changed goes away. And he kind of turns to the crowd. I'll disqualify myself. Apologies, just a bit of magic. And he will go and distribute the tokens to any surrounding youngins. Kind of gives a and turns, and it looks like he's starting to head back toward where his dragon was visible before, but has now dipped down below the crowd. Hey, son, got some questions?
Let's start. He says, what is your name? Full name, if you would. All titles and all.
Action.
The Elder.
Okie doke.
Once the eldest. Deep rumbling voice. Those around you, those who have kind of like perked around to peer at this draconic figure, all look deeply surprised that you have gotten it to speak.
Your proudest accomplishment.
Egg breaking.
Let's see. Okay, some will ask, and what do you know of this one? And we'll conjure an image of him quietly, if you would.
Dvorak?
Yes, in a whisper. Like he will send that to. Well, I can't actually send a message to a living creature, can I? Through message.
Sorry?
I can't compel them to respond via message.
You cannot.
Okay.
They do not seem to intend to change their tone much.
Okay.
Seem kind of a one volume creature. That being loud and rumbly. Old fool. Leash holder. Tyrant.
That was 3, I believe, correct?
That is 3.
Yes.
Do you regret everything you did to your many countless generations of subjects? Would you do it again?
Subjects?
Villagers.
Food. Cattle.
What message do you wish to leave? Would you wish to leave the world? Would you wish to leave the world with your final pained breath?
Run. And with the final question, it rises back up to its stone statue position. The people around you who have been watching this, profoundly unsettled. They are, I'm going to go ahead and say, rapidly backing away. They have decided that this is no longer part of the Harvest Festival. They are interested in attending. Those following Dvorak, Pashmin and Zoran, it's indistinct, but you can hear a deep rumbling voice from the direction the dragon had been visible to. Dvorak notably speeds up
over Sending Stone. He's on the chance of coming back to your position. Rather
Roger,
quickly.
moving away.
That is.
Yep. Aeson is
Yes.
begins to scuttle off in any direction towards the nearest crowd, I suppose.
Absolutely. Yeah, you have no real issues kind of diffusing yourself into the crowd. As you do so, yes, Navorak and Peshmina are certainly, or Navorak and Peshmina, Navorak and the two Arbiters are certainly kind of hustling. In fact, I think at some point the Chancellor is making these long strides, and Claude and Magritte are kind of like hustling to keep up with him as he's power walking through the crowd, which is parting for him. He reaches the clearing with the Elder in it, kind of looks at him, looks around at the crowd that are kind of looking in kind of awkward silence. He kind of walks over to the Elder, looks him over, kind of takes a walk around, just like trying to make sure no one like graffitied or attempted to damage him. Walks back to the edge of the crowd, kind of looks to a bystander, is going to approach them, ask just a, did you see what happened? What's going on? Let's see how persuasive he is.
How intimidating is he? Is my question.
Pretty intimidating. He's not trying to be intimidating in this. He's trying to be persuasive, which he is less good at. And they give him kind of there was a figure casting spells. Like got the dragon was talking, said some things about, I don't know, some kind of something about a cows, and maybe he likes the cows that are here. I don't know. He's talking about cattle and elder, something about an elder. And Navora kind of sighs, just like, I should have known there would have been a mediocre wizard here somewhere. All right.
Damn.
It's fine. It's fine. Thank you very much. I apologize for the inconvenience. I'm just glad that no one's done him any harm. And as long as people are just curious, that's fine. Kind of looks to Claude and Magritte, kind of looks back at the remainder of the harvest. For the entire time you were following him, Zoran and Peshmina, I would love insight checks.
Absolutely.
There's a couple.
Oh shit, that was
Oh
so far.
my
Oh god.
god!
Oh, hold on. That was way too much. Way too much.
My good luck had to end somewhere.
What? Why? These rolls are so swingy today. The most swingy. That was a fucking nat 1 plus 6.
Nat 1 plus 6.
I'm
10.
I'm
10.
over it, man.
Peshmina, I think you're a bit distracted. Maybe unsurprisingly.
Yeah, I think the moment that he interacted with her dad, it just like hackles raised, hairs like just like the no. Stop it. And she's just been rattled since. Also still just completely mulling over the fact what she saw of him, like the slip.
Zoran, 10. He's pretty indecipherable. He's just interacting with a lot of people, frankly. But just keeping an eye on him in general and kind of paying attention to what he's been watching. Notably, the places he went to and spent the most time in were places there were food, especially the crops harvested. Several of the conversations he had with ordinary citizens were explicitly with farmers. talking about like, how was harvest this year? What kind of amounts were you pulling in? How were things doing on the side of like, was it particularly good this year? Has weather been incorporating all of that? How many people do you think that would feed, all things considered?
Yeah.
And then the rest being PR, doing a bit of, clearly trying to do a bit of,
Baby kissing.
Exactly.
Like,
Kissing babies, doing carnival games, throwing sacks.
trying to look.
Hello,
designing.
fellow kids. I think he kind of looks to Magritte and Claude and kind of gives them both a polite nod and a bow, and heads back toward the elder. Looks like he kind of has drawn his cloak. He pulls a pearl out of his jacket pocket and begins speaking into it as he heads to the back of the dragon and will begin walking up the tail onto his perch.
Listen to that before he like gets
I think
too
you
far.
are. It has definitively been more than an hour,
More than an
at
hour,
this point.
damn. Okay.
I have a really dumb question.
There are no dumb questions.
Okay, hold on. No, it doesn't say it in the spell description, so I don't think it works. Can counter spells stop a magic item from working for a brief amount of time?
Unfortunately, it cannot.
That would be funny, but
That would be
yeah.
funny.
Incredible if that were the case. That'd be an
Yeah.
bonkers.
You're looking more for like anti-magic fields.
Yeah.
It's a
sad.
different
Oh well.
utility.
But I'll continue following
For
in
sure.
the meantime. Seeing Pashmay just pop back into existence, just kind of like, just the head nod, and continues on.
The party is going to go silent again briefly as there are heavy wing beats as Dvorak gets back into position properly. And heavy wing beats, they're sending pennants and flags fluttering all over the square.
All the
as
leaves.
it seems, yes, they are certainly a bustling. Couple tablecloths get dislodged. It seems to make a point to fly, not quite directly over River's Meet, but certainly right around River's Meet, and gives a bit of a curt wave over the side of the neck of the Elder as he heads back northwest. It appears more slowly, and maybe several minutes after he has taken off, you see him and the dragon he has rode upon disappear again. Excuse me.
Okay.
I'm just dry. I was talking for a while.
Need some water? Do
I'm
we need to
working
take a
on it.
break?
Will shortly. Actually, you know what? I think that. Yeah. That is a good place to take a break.
Please don't die.
Let's
You
go ahead
okay
and
there?
take our 15. Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
You ever get just like a dry spot way in the back of your throat?
Yeah. Especially during sessions. God. We should have little, like, heart candies around.
All right. As Dvorak heads back out into the night, as it now is quickly becoming evening, I'll go ahead and take our break.
Alright.
Back in 15. All right.
Time to get breakfast.
Pause. All right.
Whoa.
Evening has fallen on the Harvest Festival.
Man.
Loco, we haven't heard from you in a bit. What are you up to?
I just put food in my mouth.
Loka is confirmed in the eating contest again.
Still eating.
Yeah.
Your drinking contest does not disqualify for you from the pie eating contest, which I do think has been postponed until tomorrow, unfortunately.
Um, so I was discussing with everybody over the break. I think Loka has kind of kept himself out of sight of everything and everybody. Because I think he was just waiting. You know what I mean? Like, if anything were to go down,
On standby.
yeah, like as soon as something happened, he was going to unplug that cork and blast lightning at some motherfuckers. You know
For
what
sure.
I mean? Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I think now that Dvorak's gone, he's probably sobered up a little bit after all that.
Sure.
He is going to what is he gonna do?
I feel like you're a little spread out at the moment, collectively.
Yeah.
Hyson was has managed to filter into the crowds to the north by the dragon. Peshmin and Zoran are probably a little pretty close by, having followed Dvorak to watch him leave. I think the crowd is, even though festivities are typically go on a bit longer, I think the crowd's actually starting to kind of filter out to their own places already. People seem pretty interested in having their own quiet conversations.
Yeah.
I think Loka's just gonna try and meet up with the gang again. You know. Probably say something over Sending Stone like
Okay, well now that he's gone, what the heck just happened? And can we are you all here still? Like, is everybody's good? Nothing bad happened?
I think I'm lost. I think I'm lost. Actually, I just sort of went into a crowd. I don't know where I am.
Any
Okay.
notable landmarks?
I see a kindly old woman with handing out cheese wedges. I don't know.
Are you still up by where the dragon was?
So I was. I'm not sure where I am now.
Did you move from there?
Yeah, yes, I asked the dragon a couple questions. Oh, that is almost definitely the dragon that from
Thunder Tree?
from Thunder Tree, by the way. Then I moved away into a crowd at the moment I was told Dvorak was coming back. Now I don't know where I am.
Okay, so we just gotta find the cheese wedge.
So probably the touching side.
Okay, I will go. Hey, son, I'm coming for you. I will follow the scent of the cheese.
I should say, go ahead and make a survival check for me, I guess?
Yes.
How drunk do you feel right now? I don't think you had any more while Dvorak was here. So unless you have drunk since he left, you're probably at sober skill check levels at this point.
Okay, I think that's where I am.
Comfortable
probably at.
buzz, but like you're not at disadvantage for anything.
That's a 12 total.
12 total. You definitely have the region down, but like you're pretty short, and your sniffer's better underwater. So it's like it's a little hazy, a little hard to determine like where precisely You are next to you. You're like pretty sure you're close. Like you start to see the places that Hasan is describing, but like I think you just like keep missing each other.
Okay, Hasan, I'm by the what's this? It's a signpost. I'm by the signpost that says oh shit, I can't read this. Oh, my eyes aren't working, Hasan.
I am also at a sign. Wait, so you are at a signpost that you can't read? Okay, I am at a signpost that I can read.
Does it maybe say that there's another unintelligible signpost somewhat away from the signpost you're at?
No, it doesn't, Loka. What's the shape? Is it pointing? Are there illustrations on it, maybe?
I think we cut to a third-person view, and Loka and Hasan are on either side of a large sign, just looking at the opposite sides of it, but blocked from view of each other by the sign.
No, there's no. I can't make heads or tails of this. It's just. Let me. You know what? I see people. Yeah, no, I can't read Elvish. I think that might be what it is. I'm gonna go around to the other side of this.
I will as well.
Both rotate in a clockwise fashion.
Damn it.
Are now on either side of the sign. Loka is now on the common side of the sign, and Hasan is on the Elvish side of the sign.
Okay, this is. Alright, I've read Elvish before. This is practically unintelligible. What kind of handwriting is this?
Okay, so this is in common. Oh, it says cheese wedge lady is over this way.
That's some good branding, just gotta say.
Cheese wedge lady.
Yeah, it wasn't a description,
She's
it's a
the
proper
lady with
noun.
the cheese wedges.
That's the name of the business, is Cheese Wedge Lady. It sounds better in the original Elvish.
I would say in Elvish it's more like Lady of Cheese or like
Lady of the Cheese.
It just sounds better in Elvish.
Yeah. Hasan's saying like, yes, that's one I was just reading. Maybe there are multiple. Are we on the opposite side? Are we on the opposite side of the street here? Like
no, I don't think so. I mean, there has to be 100 different signs here. This is such a big place, you know.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to move to the west. You move to the east. We are hopefully going to find each other. Maybe we'll end up in the same place as each other.
But you're moving to the west. The west is that way. I have to move to that's that way. Okay. Alright,
okay.
I'll see you hopefully very soon.
Yeah. Yes, that is hopefully the case.
Immediately walking in opposite directions.
Yeah, yep.
Oh my god.
Pashmi and Zoran are just hearing this all through the sending stone.
Can you please just follow the river to rivers meet? God's damn.
Yeah, but which way? How do I know I'm not going?
Shall we talk?
You know what? I'm flying upwards.
Okay, wait.
Why didn't I do this before?
I don't know. Why didn't you do it before?
Drawn tuned this out like ages ago. They just stopped actively listening.
Hasan just sort of.
Flies up immediately, sees Loka.
Yeah.
And then
Loka, you're heading to the west. That's the west, Loka, he says, flying back down. I said head to the east.
Which way does the sun set?
No.
Wait.
It's a good question, isn't it?
God. Whatever. Where are the rest of you now? I found Loka. I don't know where everyone else is.
I still don't know where Hasan. Oh, hi, Hasan. You're way up there.
Yes, Hi.
we rescue him.
Okay. My brain. Yeah, I guess we all meet up eventually.
Not the hardest to find your way back to River's Meet.
Aw. Jeez. Okay, that was God. So much to do all of a sudden. Kashmina did want to actually talk to, Claude and Marguerite. Once they were free of...
Yeah, they will. If you want to catch them after Dvorak is firmly on the horizon, or rather disappeared on the horizon, they seem to relax a bit. Start heading back towards Central River's Meet.
Hi again.
Hey. Well, first off, good catch.
You're welcome, I guess.
They look haggard.
Yeah. So, just mostly out of curiosity, I have my own thoughts, but what did you make of all that?
Marguerite is just, like, frowning solidly. Well... it's certainly a show of force. I don't... I don't know. And Claude kind of looks around at how people are kind of shifting, going back to their own individual conversations, and kind of listening to everyone around, and gives a bit of just... I think, he knew what he was doing at an event like this. I'd say that's one way to control the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
Thank God he didn't do anything. And we had a couple close calls. I was really worried someone was going to throw hands.
I mean, it's a weird thought, but in a strange way, he's probably safer here than anywhere else. No one would really want to start anything, not in a permanent sort of way.
Well, I'm gonna get a drink and take this uniform off for a while. I'm sure there will be conversations to be had in the morning. I'm also just hoping folks don't... I understand if people want to go home, obviously, but I hope they don't fully abandon the festival.
Oh, as strange as all of that was, kind of looks around and thinks of her own folks. People will find reasons to stay.
Well, I hope you have a good festival yourself, I suppose. I'll be around. We'll be around. If you need anyone. Need to tend to... Oh, I should go... Oh, I should go see Clementine. She's gonna be mad.
I guess... I know it's rather meant to be the opposite way around, but if there's anything we could do for you...
Frankly, I think the best thing you can do is keep your oh boy. Your spirits positive and have a nice time. Yeah.
And I'll let you get on with it.
A feature I fully forgot to mention about Magritte is her guard dog Dandelion. A big old bloodhound that's kind of sniffing around her legs at all times. Who looks very somber in this moment.
Oh no!
Very in tuned to Magritte's kind of demeanor.
If the booths are still open, I'm sure the Grove would be happy to lend you all some drinks.
Oh, yes. I think many of us will be drinking tonight. Alright. Well, yes, alright. Let's be on our way. And I think Magritte will break off. Head toward the Gardish Quarter. Third. Interesting. And Claude heading. I think Claude will kind of nod. He's like, I think I'll take you up on that. And he's going to head south to the Fandilish Third.
You can say Pashmina sent you.
Will do.
And now is ready to then meet up with the rest of everyone else.
Yes.
Good lord.
River's Meat is surprisingly empty for this time of night. Hassan and Loka and Peshmina and Zeron all finally managed to make their way together.
Okay. Well, we're all alive. That's good.
Yeah, glad everybody's okay. So what the heck was all that about?
He was, well, to put it ineloquently, flexing.
Garen, yes, and whenever the referendum comes around, I suppose that's what everybody's going to be remembering.
Yeah.
There's not much we can do about that at this point.
No, not particularly.
So, I didn't get too much from the dragon I asked. Just mainly some questions about itself, and one about Chancellor Navorok, although they had very little to say about them.
I think we probably already know.
Yep. Tyrant, leash holder, old fool. Nothing quite out of the ordinary.
Can I think back? How old does Chancellor Navorek look?
Probably in his late 60s.
Late
Definitively
60s?
gray hair. Still kind of a cut handsomeness, definitely healthy and hale, but
Right.
getting on in years. And human.
Mm-hmm.
I can pull up his mini.
I was,
Did you get a chance to look at him?
It's been a while.
Mm. Yeah, okay.
I did notice something strange. He was playing some of the games as if he was just some regular nobody trying to make himself seem, I don't know, approachable. Not a villainous dictator. But I used a bit of illusion magic to provoke him a bit. I could tell he was holding back. And when the facade slipped for a moment, there was something. Well, for one, he was terribly strong. Way too strong for a human of his stature. Tossed the bag of sand twice the length of the game. And when he did it, there was a weird sort of spark or flash about his eyes, and his hands looked strange.
Strange how?
Mm. Maybe almost like he had claws, or at least his nails were sharper or longer, or something about them. It was very quick. I didn't actually get to see too much, but
And I suppose it's not out of the question that he'd be inhuman then.
Oh.
certainly a powerful magic user regardless.
I'll find out what more I can. I will find out what I can.
She just kind of nods and then kind of looks around at everything and how like empty the streets feel now. While festivities aren't technically over, I'm not much in the mood staying out any longer. I promised Mama and Papa I would be back soon.
Neither do I, quite honestly. I think some rest would do us all some good today. How long does the festival go on for? For a couple days?
2.5 days-ish. It started about noon today. It will go about all day tomorrow, and then until about noon the day after. From experience, Peshmina, you know that like the last half a day is mostly people packing up. All the major festivities are probably going to be done by tomorrow night, but there's some wiggle room for people who want to party through the night.
Are the fireworks tomorrow night?
Fireworks are tomorrow night.
Okay. Then I imagine people will be in better spirits tomorrow, so they haven't announced anything, so I assume things are proceeding as normal.
Yes. I can only hope so.
Zoran.
I'll stay up for just a bit longer, but I won't be far behind.
Speaking of which, Zoran.
Oh. Hi.
you get a letter from Carthaxis.
Okay.
Go ahead and send this to you.
All right.
Odd.
Okay. Huh. Give me like 2 minutes to read this.
I was saying, does this like pop up in front of everyone? Like you just get this all of a sudden?
As usual. Appears in a puff of blue sparks.
Here. And he's gonna actually hand the letter to Pashmina.
I'll go ahead and send it to you. If you have not already received it.
I have not.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is the opener.
Yeah. The little drawing. It's the drawing for me.
Wait. What the heck? This is crazy.
It's
No way! No
it
fucking
involves the monastery.
Oh. Make a... Okay. Okay, reading this, Pashmina goes from, like, extremely somber, very gloomy, clearly a little bit frustrated, a little bit sad at all of this, and is now, like, mouth agape, brow furrowed, reading and rereading this. Like,
Jerome just kind of, like, shrugs. They're just like,
Is it strange that I'm impressed? I'm kind of impressed.
I am too, for parts of it. That's basically everyone we've talked to. Were there a lot of students?
There weren't. It wasn't exactly very many while I was there, though right before I left, I know that there was going to be something of an influx. I didn't have any idea about the size of this influx. Oh gosh.
Oh dear. Okay.
Well, looks up at Loka and Heisan. It's like, I think they're planning some kind of breakout.
What is... Okay, can I, like, see this? Can I read this? I'm really confused. You two
I
are
think-
talking...
Pashmina will... Here, I'll copy paste it.
I was gonna say, I can put it in text for voice.
I got you. I'm on it. Boop. Just share, like, lets you look between the both of you. So it's
Yeah.
super funny.
Yeah.
Pashmila.
Pashmila is very good. It's very good.
Adorable.
Mm-hmm.
Also, oh my god, you crazy little You crazy little freaks! What
Yeah.
you crazy little mean priest lady.
Okay, do they just teach writing with emoticons and freaking...
I love it because that's totally a habit that Pashmina has that's unrelated.
Yeah.
she
I love that.
It's just cute.
God.
That's so funny.
We have to respond, right? We have to. We have to make sure that they don't.
It says please message back, and I plan on it. Okay,
Let's wait until perhaps much later tonight, just to try and be safe.
okay.
Dear gods, what is this?
Now
Ye-
I'm getting a headache.
What the hell?
A bag of hard candy, 2 cool rocks, a rat skull.
Yeah, that's what's got me laughing over here. That's
Yeah.
really funny.
Contraband. Oh my god. Good lord. We need to keep these yahoos from getting fucking got.
Oh god.
I
This
don't
is...
even know where the monastery is from here.
I know where it is.
Yeah.
How far
Uh-oh.
from here?
DM?
From Matla, it's like a several-day hike up into the mountains. From, like, Rivers Meet, like Central Matla, probably like a week normal pace. Unfortunately, you're going against the river's current to get there, because that river's coming down from the mountain.
Right.
So it's a little harder to travel that way. With the cart and along the road, just to get to the mountains and then to climb up to the monastery. Let's say 5 days collectively. Less if you rush.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we really booked it, less than 5 days. If we took our time, about as much or a little more.
I see. Oh, right.
So nothing we can do in the immediate sense.
No.
Loka.
We can
Sorry.
discuss this tonight.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. It's been a lot today. This can be a thing that we discuss 2 hours time, even tomorrow.
Well, my question is, are we even ready to, like... I feel like every time we go up against the, monastery people, we kind of get our butts handed to us.
Oh, we are not going without a plan, and
Maybe, like, some explosives?
well, if we can avoid any kind of altercation altogether.
She just kind of shakes her head for now. She's like,
Like Zoran just said, a bit later. I really need to talk to Mom and Papa.
Okay.
Loka,
Yes.
you're in Riversmeet. For the first time since you've actually managed to be here, whether under good circumstances or not, the crowd's actually very thinned out. There's not a ton going on here in the city square anymore. And kind of now that it has quieted down, you can hear the pulse and the pull again of the river. Particularly, it's quiet, it's in the background, and it's not going to overpower you unless you try to listen to it, try to hear it and lean into it. But now this close, without all the noise of crowds and people, the center here of Riversmeet, the places where this flow collides, has a clear call to you again.
I think Loka definitely is attentive to it, but I think he wants to wait until we kind of all decide to go our separate ways. And that's when he's going to go and do that.
Absolutely.
Oh shoot, Ashman was just going to turn us around. Caroline got up. It's okay.
What's Hassan up to?
I'm trying to wonder that. I'm wondering that right now. What does Hassan want to do?
I feel like, actually, okay. Bashmina turns to you, Hassan.
Yes.
You know, I told my parents I was going to explain everything about these past couple of years. I feel like I still owe you some explanation as well.
Explanation on what else? Everything in the monastery? I know you're
Alright, let's do it then. Let's start this round.
particularly cagey. Although, you described it somewhat at the very least.
She kind of shrugs and is like, I know you asked me how I really got there, and I didn't exactly explain. And, well, I don't know. If you still had questions, it would be a good time to get them answered. And I think maybe having you there would make some of it easier to talk about.
If you're certain that I would be a figure of, if you're certain that I would be a figure that would lend support, then I would be happy to assist.
If not support, then maybe some credence.
I'd be happy to provide it.
Thank you.
I don't have the moment.
And just to clarify, this is going to happen. Like, this is what Pashmina is planning to do right now, correct? Or
Yeah, pretty much. I am waiting on Caroline to get back, but
okay,
this
should we
is
just
pretty much
wait?
this is Pashmina's next move, more or less.
Well,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hassan is also going to tap Loka on the shoulder. I do intend on attending to this matter. However, he signals to his little purse. Happened to get my hands on a significant number of tokens, 120 to be precise.
120?
120.
How'd you get that many?
I have my, an acquaintance.
I managed to get. How many did I get? I got 25, I think.
Ooh, 24. Ooh. And I think you'll just say to after everything is said and done, would you be interested in another go with the Hodge Picks?
Oh, I do like me gambling.
We can always do it tomorrow.
I'll give you my tokens.
If we do a double or nothing though and we end up on nothing, then you all are gonna lose all of your tokens too. I don't want to bet your tokens, I just want to bet my tokens.
Okay.
But I can't get anything with. Well, I guess I could get a little thing.
Sorry, the way you said that. Just like, oh,
I was like,
a little thing.
I was like, well,
a little tree.
I was looking at the list and I was like, I don't think I can get. Oh, I can get. I could. I want one of the 2-foot tall toys. But she's like, but I want my friends to have fun. But I want a plushie. But I want my friends to have fun. But I want a plushie.
Reminder, additionally, that these prizes are spun on a wheel.
Yeah, there's only a chance of getting it, so it's not as
okay.
You get to pick what
But
tier
even
of prize you are attempting
Yeah.
to win.
But even a chance to get a fucking.
Although
little
wheels are
unicorn?
not unmanipulatable.
I was gonna
If you are
say,
not above cheating.
That's what I wanted to do still tonight.
Just get it.
Is pay a guy off to get a giant plushie for her.
Oh my god.
I wish I was joking. That is actually what I plan to do the rest of the evening.
I was also waiting on you to get back because Peshmina has a question for you, but
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, hi, I'm here.
But I want to resolve these two. Like, what are Luca and Hisan doing?
I was gone for like 4 minutes, so I don't know what's going on.
Let's see.
Peshmina just asked Hisan if he would come with her to talk to her parents when they go back.
Me and not you.
Well, I mean, I was waiting.
Yeah,
on
I know.
But also,
You're her best friend.
And Hassan was saying to Loka, hey, I got me a lot of tokens. Wanna go gambling?
How many tokens do y'all have?
53.
120, 20 from Hot Guy, 100 from getting the discount Legend Lore components.
yeah.
That'll do it.
I have 25.
Yeah, but I guess we can always do it tomorrow if you're busy. We'll say to Loka.
Well, I know Peshmina wants to go and talk to her parents, and I kind of want to be off by myself for a little bit and kind of think about some stuff.
I think that's fair, as long as you feel alright being on your own.
Yeah, and if you find me in jail tomorrow because I've stolen a 4-foot tall owl bear plushie, Well, no, I didn't. And you didn't hear about it ahead of the time.
Uh, good luck with that.
Thank you.
You know where our spot is? Where the rose groves are set up?
No, but I'll ask around. I'm sure somebody will know.
What about you, Zaran? I know you just said you didn't want to go back quite yet.
I have another place I kind of want to check out real quick. Don't worry, I won't be long. I have to drop that letter back anyways. Did you need me for something? Something you could tell me anything.
I've got a bit of an important question for you, actually.
Kind of looks between Hasan and Loka.
Okay.
But is like more so in the like a just me and you sort of question to Zaran.
Picks up immediately. How about I escort you back to your parents' camping lot?
If that's alright, if that doesn't ruin your plans.
Oh, no, not at all. He just turns to Loka and Hasan. I'll see the both of you later this evening, then.
Okay, you two are being very weird. So, have
Any
fun.
weirder than normal?
A little bit.
Oh.
Shrugs. Like, oh well.
Okay, well, have fun. Stay safe, don't die. All the good stuff. Goodbye.
Later.
Loka's gonna trudge off too.
All by my lonesome again.
All
Can I
by
s-
myself.
Oh, wallaby. By myself anymore.
God,
Oh my
I love you.
Quite the singer. Serenading rivers meet.
Oh yeah, Loka's well known for his voice
Got a
back home.
set of
Uh-huh.
fucking pipes on this
Yeah.
bad boy.
There's something.
He's got pipes. They might not be in tune, but he's got the pipes.
It's the spirit is there.
Yeah.
You can't fault him for trying, and we love him for it. We love him for this.
In that case, during the intermittent, however long between the next conversation and whatever's between now and whenever the conversation with the Rose Groves happens, can Hasan do some necromantic studying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. He's gonna keep trying to. What's the word? What am I looking? What am I thinking of? He was studying the control aspect before, trying to the control aspect, I guess, before, but kind of failed,
Yes.
and he'd be doing that again.
Sounds good.
And that's going to be an intellect fortress, and I guess we'll resolve that in a bit.
Yes, that sounds good.
Okay.
I think, yeah, so Peshmi and Zaran going off to walking to the Rose Grove. I was going to say estate. And more like estent, am I right? Because it's
Yeah.
a tent.
Home away from home.
Yes.
Real.
encampment. And Loka's hanging out in River's Meet, sounds like.
Uh-huh.
Let's do Loka's thing first. You've been kind of left to your lonesome in River's Meet.
I'm listening, but I will be right.
Yeah, so I think now that everybody's gone their separate ways, Loka's gonna go and kind of find the exact point in the city square where the rivers meet.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just gonna kind of sit on because it's kind of raised up, right? Yeah, so he's gonna kind of sit on the ledge, looking down at it.
Yeah. The song is there again. Here, closer to this close to the center of River's Meet. We talked about instrumentation a little bit before.
Yeah.
Previously, there was lots of noise. A lot of that has been filtered out. Here, at the edge, what you feel is pure rhythm, almost like a heartbeat.
I'm of two minds of what to do. I think Loka's first thought is to, like, reach out a hand. And see if he can't pull the water towards him.
Mm-hmm.
Not in the sense of, like, the river will meet my hand, but, you know, just pull up. Like, a strand is not necessarily the right word, but I think it's the right word in this context. Like a strand of water.
Yes, yeah.
And just pull a little bit of it up towards my hand.
I think it feels at first very much like when you caught lightning back in the Gnat's Cog. You can feel the tug, you can feel the pressure build as you sort of like try and reach out to this conduit of energy, and you certainly feel the pull upward, almost like you can grab onto something, but then that feeling happens to you in turn, and you feel a strong lurch pull downward exerted onto yourself. Not so much that you stumble and fall off the ledge immediately, but you can feel it.
I think in that case, Loka is gonna stand up, and he's just gonna dive straight into the middle if he can, close as he can get.
Awesome. I'm going to ask you to make an athletics check. As you dive straight into the center of where the rivers meet, the immediate feeling all around your body is the current. It is where these three powerful rivers, though still on the surface, still course in their paths, in their currents, in their pulls, and their flows just beneath the surface. And you can feel all of those conflicting forces tugging your body in different directions.
19.
You're a very good swimmer. And being under the water, thankfully, has no bearing on your breathing or anything. You're perfectly comfortable to sit here under the water. And you can feel as the currents toss and charge your body. And the song, the rhythm that had been heard, that heartbeat, is at its loudest, pounding both with you and synchronizing your heartbeat with its own rhythm as it pounds over and over, and you feel these currents conflicting and turning and tossing your body, but you are unmoved. You manage to stay here in the center, and here where the rivers meet, moving you around and tossing you, but maintaining your sense of control. The power channeled here within you, what makes this place of Rackentha so much more a foci of this energy, of the energy of the lands itself, is that it is a meeting place. It is a place where these rivers coursing miles and miles through rivers and landscape meet and then transform into something else. And you feel that this place itself is a focus for the natural act of change itself, centered even more thoroughly by the harvest, by the time it exists in right now, by the shift in temperatures and seasons and weather and plant life and animals moving to their burrows, coming out for winter, changing places, going north or south. This place and this time is exemplified so thoroughly, not by its stasis, not by its solidity, like being a thunder rod, like being a location at which thunder strikes back in the Natskog, but by its uncertainty, by the certainty that through erosion, through the force of the waters, this place will not be the same in years, months, days that it is now. It is constantly changing, and the only constant is that it is changing. This is what courses through as you are tumbled by the water but not moved by it. There's a tug at your back as you feel the choral bident start to resonate. It hums with the same energy that you do, and you feel it almost like charge, stir, like wobble back and forth with that energy.
Double hop. I am. I'm gonna grab it then.
Yeah. As you grab hold of it, it follows the currents, and you're kind of like previously unmoving, kind of start getting whipped around in this current, moving this way and that until you are rushing down the final lane, the river down which the two other collide to make a third powerful current. Not for very far, but very quickly. And you see as the Bident kind of like harmonizes and resonates and starts to settle down, and it feels very, very cold in your grip.
Did that just happen? Just now? What the heck?
Getting cold?
Yeah, no, I kind of opened up the Biden.
I was just saying, did you just...
I just opened up the Biden, and all of a sudden I see there's a plus 1d6 ice damage? What? Holy shit. Interesting. I mean, it just feels cold, though. Like, it doesn't kind of encapsulate any sort of, like, nothing on there freezes, nothing on there...
Not while you're under the water.
Oh. I think... I think by the fact that I'm so thoroughly confused, I think there's Loka might have a better idea of what's happening. That's the sound of him in the river. Anyways, can I? Well, what does Loka glean from this change?
I think what the world is trying to impart to Loka in this place and in this moment, and what there are forces that are not obvious in the world that are of the world. The forces of nature are not just like wind and earth and lightning and this crackling of energies and magics and the world and animals and whatnot, but entropy itself and the fluidity of reality is itself notionally part of nature.
I'm just trying to think of what Loka would do with this. Is there, now that I've kind of reached the I suppose the apex of this experience, is there anything that Loka notices in his surroundings or in the, like, has the song that he's kind of been hearing, the music, or however you exactly want to put it, has that changed in any way?
I think the perception of it has changed slightly.
I see.
When heard externally, when like observed, it is this, especially the further out from its source you were, it is this cacophony. It's just noise. It's pure chaos. But the closer you get to it and having experienced it now, rather than being this mishmash, this chaotic clash of different forces causing kind of this wanton destruction and rebuilding, it's just a gentle thrum in the background. Still kind of a pulse, still kind of a hum. Melody coming through once again more strongly than just the beat, but it doesn't feel that separate from everything anymore. It feels like it's less part of just the river and just the focus and just where it is at its most harsh. It's everywhere, just more quiet.
I think Loka's gonna get up out of the river. And he's gonna trudge back to the same spot he was at previously.
Mm-hmm. As you walk, you notice the little water drops that drip off of the tip and back of the trident freeze as they fall off and shatter as little ice spheres onto the ground when they drip off.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. But yeah, I think Loka's gonna go back to that same spot. He's gonna sit back down. I think he's gonna have the Biden kind of resting on his lap.
Mhm.
And I think he is going to pen a letter, and he's gonna spend a lot of the night out there thinking.
Absolutely. And yes, as noted, the Deep Coral Bident does now do an additional 1d6 cold damage whenever it hits with an attack.
That is very exciting.
As it was already equipped to manipulate and deal with water in its various forms, it is more potent in its ability to change such forms.
Interesting. So not only can I shape water, but now I can potentially freeze it with it as well.
Yes, which is something Shape Water can already do.
Oh, okay.
It's just a little better at it.
Okay.
Do so a
Cool.
little more flexibly. All right. Then, if you're all right with shifting focus,
Yeah.
Peshmin and Zaran.
Hello.
He's just walking her back. He's probably not gonna say a whole lot.
That's alright. Cause I think basically once they're like just out of earshot of the rest of the party, starts talking. It's like, I told my mother that I was going to tell her and Papa everything. Everything that has happened over the last several years, maybe more.
Ah.
We caught up just a little bit when we arrived, but it's when I went to tell them to leave while we weren't fully certain of what was coming, what was going to happen. I think it's not that Mama didn't trust me, but I don't think they fully grasp how bad the situation is in its totality.
I wish I could say I was surprised. However, I'm not. The situation we're in, our situation is... well, it's become a lot larger than any of us could have thought. How much do you intend to tell them?
Her ears kind of point down a little bit. She looks a bit guilty. Well, I wanted to ask because if I'm going to be honest with them, I would...
if you truly don't wish it, then I can try my best to exclude certain facts about yourself. But
I appreciate it. Goodness, I don't know. In one instance, it would be safer for, well, put it lightly, my intent to be secret, but they won't do that much damage if they knew, as long as they would be able to keep it quiet.
I have no reason to believe that they would let it slip. Or she kind of shrugs. I wonder if they would even believe me or care. I mean, it's not as though titles don't mean much around here, but it's still, well, it's an unusual claim, isn't it?
It's certainly out there, I suppose. Would you believe it when I say that I don't really think much of it until I need to think much of it? If disclosing who I am makes telling your story easier, and as long as they are willing to keep that close to heart, then by all means.
I think I intend to at least ask them to keep everything we talk about tonight private. There's no reason that it should be made public knowledge by any means.
However, my second bit, make sure they don't treat me any differently.
We'll see. I'll do my best to make it clear that nothing's really changed.
I've heard that one before.
If anything, they can't help but treat you a little differently just because, well...
And they just immediately just like, here we go again.
Well, they just want to be extra nice to, their daughter's person.
I feel like you can't just say it out loud.
Their daughter's person.
Well, we've yet to put a label to it, so...
No, I'm merely poking fun. Thank you for consulting me.
Of course.
I I appreciate it.
As much as my story is mine to tell, it's not as though I can still do my best to respect your wishes.
I appreciate it. Will you be alright?
Oh, I won't be surprised if some tears are shed, but that's nothing new.
I won't impose on the conversation itself, but if you need a friendly face there.
Heisan has agreed to be with me.
Good. Good. That makes me feel better.
Me too. Your choice if you want to be there or not, but
I may. Unless it's happening immediately.
Not right this minute or anything. I think we'll have a moment, and I do want Heisan to be here, actually. So, he'll be given some time to catch up.
Of course. There's one more thing that I just wanted to do tonight. But I promise as soon as that's over, I will join you again at camp.
Alright. I mean, have fun and be safe.
Always, my dear.
You're not, Are you following up with that, Mefley fellow?
Haven't heard anything back.
Ah.
His loss.
Indeed.
Well, would you wish for me to get you anything while I'm out still?
Well, I'm fine. Thank you, though.
Are you sure?
I can't think of anything.
Very well. Let me know if you change your mind.
All right. See you soon.
Of course. Just gives her a quick, kiss on the forehead, and then we'll just kind of start wandering away. And I'm going to go to the prize counters.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where are you wandering?
Okay. Oh god, where's... Carnival Games. There we go. Click to see attachment. There we go. Huge prizes.
Huge prizes. Dragon cow. Cows, so...
I have... Damn it, wait, okay, hold on. How much gold do I have to spend to get exactly 5 tokens?
10.
Alright, I want to buy 10 gold worth of anything.
Sure. I mean, easiest is, basically just a bottle of really nice wine.
Fabulous.
A sparkling wine,
Perfect.
in fact.
Perfect. I'm adding... I will spend 10 gold for that.
Very fine sparkling wine.
I'm so here for it. So that gives me exactly 125 tokens.
Oh my god.
Oh, terrible.
You're too funny. Imagining you with 2 enormous plushes.
Yes. Yes. Listen.
4 foot tall. It's literally
Listen.
so big.
He saw how she looked at them. He knows. And so he is going to go to the price counter and look at him. Like, at the guy, like, behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what can I get you? It's getting pretty late. You gotta pick pretty quick, because we're about to pack up here.
I'm really eyeing 2 items that you have.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of like a little under his breath. How much to rig it?
Oh, you wanna spin the wheel and find out?
How much?
Like looks around. See at the side. There's no one else in the tent right now. You go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Of course I can. Alright, come on. I have expertise for a reason. That's a 16 on the die. 28.
28. How did you get expertise? Wait a minute.
The last level up, I grabbed the feat of expertise.
Oh, that's crazy. Sick. What did you get again, total? 16, 28.
I have a plus 12 in persuasion.
You know what? Just give me like a gold and we'll call it square. What are you looking for?
And they'll slide over the tokens for all of it. And I lost the thing again. That's so funny. For the big prize, because I'm going for 2, I want the 2-foot-tall unicorn plush.
Mm-hmm. He like goes over to you, give him the 100 tokens. He goes over to the huge prize wheel, spins it, kind of like looks at you, and then just like grabs it and rotates it until it's on the giant plush section. Just like, oh, what do you know? Incredible. All right.
So that was the big prize, and then the huge prize. I want to go for the 4-foot cow.
Excellent. So you're getting the 2-foot unicorn and the 4-foot cow?
Yes.
He'll hand him both. He'll
tokens.
like go over and grab them and give them to you. It's like, here you go.
And I will slide the man 3 gold because it gives me like an exact like even number in my inventory that makes me feel happy.
Oh, that's very kind of you. You go, have fun. Hope you have a good harvest festival.
And to you as well. And they'll like just pick both of them up, like one on one arm, one in the other, like trying to balance the lantern as well. It's just like, okay, how am I doing this? And they're gonna make their way back.
It is a bit of a chore walking with that much plush in your arms, but you manage. It's not too bad.
They're very proud as they're walking back. Very proud.
Yes, providing for my wife.
So,
exactly that.
The bacon. As
So-
they say.
hey, Son.
Exactly that.
Hey, Son.
God.
You do get back to... eventually, you may find your way back to the Rose Grove encampment. You said you're doing some studying before then?
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me that intellect fort whiz save.
Yep. You know what? I figured this out. I'm gonna go ahead and do Tailspire. Here come the dice. Oh fuck! There they go. So that's a 19 on the die for
Nice.
like, with my nice good old stuff. That's a 26.
Totally fine. You dig into this stuff like is not as harrowing as it is.
Yeah. Fuck. And okay, what is the other check?
Just Arcana.
Arcana. flat. Come on. Fuck. Not great. I mean, that's 17, but still not as high as...
17 is pretty good. So, you're digging into this, and it's not, like, too bad, all things considered. You can, like, get, like, you're looking into the control aspects of this, right? And you realize that there's something, like, mechanical about the brain itself. That Ignith talks a lot about the uniqueness of various organs within the corporeal form. And when it comes to control, there's something about the mind that eludes study academically in just the same way. It's just hard to properly figure out. But pretty sure you know how you could do it practically. There's something about how just kind of the neural pathways and the different portions of the brain, and it would probably only work once, but I mean, you're pretty sure you could figure it out. I'll go ahead and add this to your sheet when I get a chance. Previously, you learned to be able to cast Teleportation Circle with an given a reason to produce a eulogy in stories. But to wrench control of someone else's narrative, it is unfortunately fundamentally a more violent act and requires somewhat more violent ends. If you perform a vivisection on a creature medium or larger, you will be able to cast once per vivisection Dominate Monster.
Oh. Jesus.
That creature must have an intelligence of 10 or greater.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. And is this on a dead animal, perchance?
It's a vivisection, which means you must dissect it while it is alive.
Oh. Okay.
That is insane. Oh my god.
Violent means for violent ends.
Violent means for violent ends, indeed.
Ew. Yucky.
Okay. Sorry.
In exchange, power level wise, if you are curious, Dominate Monster is an 8th level spell.
Oh. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I guess it would be incredibly difficult to do a vivisection, though.
On a creature with that intelligence at least 10. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And medium or greater. That we're talking like a person at that point.
Yeah.
But looking into the means of control that are afforded you given the necromantic arts. It's something that Ignith theorizes to be possible, but did not attempt, at least in this journal.
I need to find more Ignith journals.
Boy, oh boy.
But, given that information, that fun information, you are able to make your way back to the Rose Grove camp, and I think shortly, Peshmina and Hassan kind of gathered together waiting for Zoran. You see maybe an unfamiliar silhouette of Zoran carrying these two enormous plushies down the road toward the Rose Grove encampment.
What in the world has he got?
I don't know. He seems to have ballooned. Is he perhaps allergic to something? Zoran, are you alright?
I've got it just a little. Excuse me, pardon. Excuse me.
What? Was this the errand you were running?
Possibly. Makes it over and just plop. And just kind of like it stops, picks up the unicorn, just kind of like holds it out slightly, like hey.
That's cute. Are you going to... Did you get that for the local children or something?
I got them for you, my dear.
I think her eyes go all like wide and sparkly.
These are both for you.
They're just looks between.
I didn't know which one you would like more, so I got both of them.
How did you... Did you really... You got these from the wheel?
I did. I did.
Insight.
Go right ahead.
That is a 1 in 36 chance. Quite lucky, Zoran. Payson believes you.
I only rolled a 5. She's... Well, 5 plus...
Can you beat a 19?
6? No.
Yeah.
I think she's just too, like, her fucking heart swells 3 sizes. She
Yeah.
wanted these things so fucking bad.
Yeah. I don't know. I just... Today of all days was just incredibly lucky. I'll be entirely honest. That thing at the archery range was a complete fluke.
Oh, don't sell yourself short.
She's saying this from behind the 4-foot guy. She's 5'2". She's holding it's as big as she is.
Mhm.
She's already hugging it. She's...
Thrawn looks immensely pleased with himself.
Where are we gonna put it?
In the meantime, I can keep them in the lantern for now.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Millie comes over from the camp and is like sniffing the giant cow.
Not a toy for you, Millie. But you can... No, not a toy... No. Millie.
Giant doe eyes.
Oh.
Haesong creates a duplicate using the forms of creation.
Millie immediately like teeth out, grab, and is just like wrestling with it in the mud.
I love.
Eyes wide, watching Millie do violence to this fucking Highland cow. Holds her own Highland cow very protectively. Just like...
Oh my god.
Okay,
Well,
I think
I'm glad you like them.
Me too. Jeez. Cuddling both of these plushies at the same time. She is basically not visible.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Of course, anything for you.
Don't want them to get dirty or hurt or anything.
Would you like me to put them away for now?
Yeah.
Yeah, how about this? Give me the larger one. You can hold the smaller one for a bit. Sound good?
Mhm.
Yes? Okay. And we'll take the giant 4-foot Highland cow and just zoop away.
Stuff it in the lantern.
Then we'll zoop right back.
Well, Morn and Ophistine have started a very cozy little campfire and are actually passing around mulled wine as their drink of choice as the evening air gets significantly colder.
I'm trying to figure out would Peshmina just bring this plushie with her into this serious conversation as like oh god.
Support plushie.
Hmm?
Support plushie.
Yeah, as emotional support.
Yeah.
I think I think she'll tuck it away if there's like sleeping quarter tents that are like parceled out.
Yeah, they've actually got a few empty and ready for the four of you.
Peshmina will claim a spot with said plushie.
And this one's mine.
Yep. And then make her way over to the campfire. And sit with her parents.
Hey, I'm glad you made it back. Ophistine kind of like looks to you, and kind of looks at the sky and looks back at you kind of apologetically like, thanks for giving us a heads up. I'm glad nothing went wrong.
Yeah. I'm also glad. I don't, I understand why you stayed, and I'm just grateful that it wasn't worse.
Yes. Wolmorn's just kind of like staring deeply into his mug of mulled wine.
I saw that.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, you're old enough, would you like a drink?
Yeah, actually.
And your friends?
Oh, thank you.
Hassan, interested in a sip?
I cannot handle it. Thank you.
Understandable. We'll pour a mug for Peshmin and Zeron. We'll pour like a little extra in Zeron's mug. Hand it over.
Okay.
They like you.
I saw that the Chancellor had stopped by the booth.
Yes. Very briefly, thankfully. But, he was by. Wanted to see the famous orchard. Wanted to try one of our fabled roses. He said it was very fragrant. Which is really more of an observation than a compliment. But
I don't expect someone like him to care overly much. It was all just grandstanding. Was everyone kind of looks about like the rest of the encampment, like looking to the rest of their like
Fellows.
folks from like how is everyone else?
Oh, largely fine. We'd had a couple of people go home, which is reasonable, totally fine. We've got more than enough hands. I think everyone's a little rattled, maybe a little glum.
Kept thinking, as much as I dislike it all, for him to come here and to scare everyone so badly that we just stopped the festival entirely would have been... I hope people stay and celebrate in spite of his actions. If only... well... he shouldn't be allowed to take anything from us.
I agree. I'm hoping folks stay on for the festival as much as they can. Well, obviously, everyone do what's best for them, but I'd hope we can keep some of the festivities going. I wonder if they'll push up the fireworks show, try and pep up the evening a bit.
Nice.
You wanted to talk about all that's happened.
Takes a deep breath. Yeah, I do. Although I don't... I don't want... Well, okay. First, I hope that all the things I have to say are taken as private matters. Not just for me, but kind of gestures to Zeron and Hason.
And they nod.
And also that the things I'm saying are not meant to scare you or guilt you or... I just... want you to know the truth.
They nod.
Then, then I'll just start. And it's much like the talk she had with Ophelia, although as much as she told Ophelia the truth, this is even more detailed, more the truth. Maybe going even further back, talking about being mentored by this tiefling boy named Zeal. The way that they had partnered them as sort of both misfits, but using Zeal to
kind of try and indoctrinate her, but then forming this more unintended, like, familial relationship. Him kind of keeping her from cracking under their pressure. And then everything leading up to Zeal's quote-unquote graduation. What she saw, trekking, well, fleeing the monastery, trekking down the mountain, being in the wilderness for almost a week.
You don't have to do it in detail or in character, but for the benefit of Zoran and Hason, or I guess more correctly Caroline and the rest of the folks, would you mind describing very briefly what Peshmina saw at Zeal's graduation?
Yes. The day before, Zeal had been told he was graduating. And there was some mild celebration, but we weren't really allowed to do much. The graduation itself was to be a private thing. Something between Zeal and the elders and Bellowa. I was in a bit of a mood, so Zeal and I had made plans to get into things that we shouldn't afterwards. But things were taking so long that I went places that I wasn't allowed. And that meant that I saw something I shouldn't have seen. And I saw what they meant by having Zeal graduate, and what that meant was for him to stand in some kind of circle, something magical, a sigil, something of that kind, and for him to put on a mask. A plain white mask. And when he did that, something happened. Something that must have been very painful or horrible, I'm not sure, but he screamed and thrashed, and I think that I thought I saw some kind of smoke, energy, I don't really know what, enter him through this mask. And it was so awful to watch. I accidentally revealed that I was there, and well, I was just so afraid of things happened so quickly that I just ran. I didn't want what happened to him to happen to me, and I didn't. well, it's not as though I had time to think or make a plan or even really grasp what was happening. I just left right then and there.
I think I'm glad you did.
Yeah. This is only a few months ago, but following events as they happened, several years later, I would meet him again, but he would be different. Like he wasn't... It was him, but not his body, He still knew things, knew me, said things that he knew would hurt me. But it wasn't him.
Can Hassan try and suss out what might have happened just based on description alone? Smoke, does that ring any bells?
Yeah, I'd say you can roll Arcana with disadvantage, given it's like secondhand and a long time ago, but like, try and like find some details in there.
I'm sorry, that's a 22.
22, absolutely. Given it's still a vague description, it's hard to tell. But I think one of the keys here is combining... You've encountered Zeal. You've messed with Zeal. You've watched what was going on. I think what comes to your mind is remembering what... You've actually been dealing with a lot of varieties of magic lately, Hassan, beyond the arcane. And I think given that description, it's a little harder to tell maybe exactly, like, the exact nature or process or whatnot within that is very difficult to discern. But you've been hanging out with a warlock a whole lot, and you have seen Zeal's casting ability. Do you know that not all pacts are voluntary?
Some will just mutter possession under his breath. Like, almost inaudible.
I feel like... Is Pashmina allowed to hear, or...
You can make a perception check if you would like.
Definitely make a perception check. (14 plus 2? 16?
It's very good.
Yeah, you probably hear it clearly enough, even though he is muttering it under his breath. Like he's now you see him scritching in his notebook.
I feel like there's a subtle shudder, and her eyes do kind of flick up briefly, but she nods in like an agreement. Like this is a thought that she has had.
Still, a lot happened between those two moments, so... As far as I'm aware, after I fled, they didn't give too much chase, but it's hard to say simply because I was trying so hard to get as far as I possibly could. I was able to make it to somewhere I believe around the Tachian border within a week. But by that point I was so exhausted and without any resources. Ended up having to stay with some people. Rather unintentionally, I got a bit ill. Well, I say a bit. I got very ill. It was their kindness that helped me get all the rest of the way to the Phasia. I can't tell you how many times along the way, I kept thinking I could just... that maybe I could go home and they wouldn't... That... I don't know. That maybe that would just be the end of it, but... I was so convinced that they would come, that they would, or that, I don't know.
Ovestein just kind of like shuffles over and gives you a big hug.
Ishmina definitely leans into it. She looks like she's really trying to just get through this. Trying not to like give in to the like cannot break down right in the middle of it. It's too early.
Yeah, you got a ways to go. You don't have to verbalize the whole thing necessarily, and we're just about up to contemporary at that point.
Yeah, and from there it's just talking about. Shortly after that, she meets Loka, and then after that, she meets Tanya's.
Yeah.
When she's with Tanya, she meets Heisan. Heisan and Zeron.
And eventually you end up in a weird little town called Mirage.
Yeah.
Some kind of lightning festival.
And then y'all were there for the rest.
Yeah.
Yes, truly.
The two of them are definitely, Billboard and Ovestein, definitely listening intently, and I think, and you're giving like full detail when you're talking about like Zeron and the prince stuff, right?
Yeah, like
And are you mentioning the archive at all?
she's not mentioning the archive.
Good.
I think she knows better when it comes to that stuff.
I'm probably talking about like 3 and like Heisan's home, but not like explicitly mentioning any details.
Because as far as she's concerned, while it is important, it's not as like tied together as the rest. To her, your stuff is still kind of mysterious too, and as far as she's aware, there's not much connection between that and what's going on with, like, as far as she can tell, her acts, and it's just something that bothers you, more or less in specific.
reactions are they are, I think, like, at that point, right? Like, once you have met Feihu the dragon and are off to the races, it goes from, like, kind of the, like, concern and, like, oh, you seem like my sweet girl's in so much danger, to, like, oh my god, what the... Ooh,
And I mean,
like
she would have told them about the first job with, like,
Mhm.
I mean, like, getting slashed in the back and the ghoul ichor, because that just ties in later to the ichor stuff they run into later.
Yeah.
And, like...
Wilmore and Ophistine are certainly, like, and they're sipping, it's not like they're getting drunk or drinking or anything, but they definitely go through, like, their entire pitcher of mulled wine over the course of this very long story. I think, like, they get to, like, the Zoran's fucking prince bit, and they're like, oh my god, what the fuck? Just, there is, like, some wide eyes and, like, long sip as they look over at Zoran.
Just like that, like, the smile and, like, the half wave. Because it's like, what do you do in that situation? It's like, hi, you knew me, but you don't actually know me.
I feel like you get the bits, like soap opera ass, when you start getting to certain bits, and they're just like, yeah, and then Sabella showed up, and they're like, oh! Oh my god! What? Like, edge of their seats, just, like, listening to this entire tale. And the fact that, like,
God.
I think what lends it so much credence is the fact that, like, Zoran and Hason probably just aren't reacting particularly strongly, because, you know, you were there, and it's all true. So the fact that you two are no-selling it through the entire time is just like, oh my god, that really happened. That actually, oh boy. Wow. Yeah, they are, you get, it takes a long while to get to... The moon is high in the sky. Moons are high in the sky by the time, kind of get to... And then we went to Mala. And almost got killed on the road.
Oh. I mean... Yeah, it's... like... How to summarize all 40 sessions, 40 plus sessions, and that's it. Thunder Tree, Davil...
Yeah.
Schemo, the Natscog, God, Jesus.
The tower.
The tower.
Gwenvar. Everything in Inaro. Get to Inaro, and Ophistine's very much like, I really gotta go. I have to write my sister some letters.
She would appreciate that.
I'm sure. I don't think I even knew she had a new spouse.
She and Beatrice are doing well.
I'm glad. I hope so.
I love your parents so much.
just like talks about the fact that as of right now, Tanya's is seemingly trapped somewhere near the coalition, so she's doing her best to get to them, but it's been a crazy fucking ride, so like... Oh yeah, getting attacked on the fucking mountaintop? Jesus. I think she will kind of, like... She will not describe that battle in total detail.
I imagine there are things you're skipping around a little bit.
A little bit. Doesn't want them to know that she passed out in the middle of hand-to-hand combat and almost got... That was bad. And then kind of puts... Like, it takes some time to kind of put everything into context of, like, so the Chancellor's doing these things, they have these necrotic dragons, they're not slaying dragons, they are slaying and then enslaving their dead corpses in order to wage this war, take over the world, question mark? That gets kind of vague, but that's kind of where her head's at, so like... Yeah.
Whew. That's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I could have summarized everything we've been doing for the last, like, decade in 5 sentences.
Well,
That said, frankly, I think I'm glad our lives aren't quite as exciting as yours.
yes.
And also I'm sorry you've had to have such an exciting experience.
I mean, some good came of it. Kind of smiles at her friends. But I will not be disappointed if well, our intentions right now are to see this through. See what we can do to keep the worst from happening, but I don't know. It's only... Well, I say it's only the 4 of us. It's the 4 of us and some handful of others who more or less understand the gravity of what's going on.
Well, I suppose we'll do what we can from here. We can keep you posted if you'd like about the goings-on. I'm sure there'll be lots of chatter here in the next month.
I would appreciate that. Even if there's not much to say.
And likewise, please keep us posted about all of your goings-on, and kind of gestures to Hissan and Zoran. Just like, I hope you two we'd like to know about you too. It's part of the extended Rosegrove family.
Much appreciated.
Hisan is at the word of extend. At the word extend. Wait, was extended family you just used to describe Hisan and Zoran, or yeah? Hisan is about to pipe up and says, "Well, thank you."
Don't be a fuddy-duddy. You basically are like a brother to me. Just a very strange one.
Ah, thank you for the vote of confidence. Strange, I guess.
I appreciate it, and if you have any questions, by all means, I'd be happy to answer. Oh no.
Do it. Whatever you're thinking. Whatever. Act upon it.
So, royalty, right? You got, I keep you got like people that do everything for you, right? Is it true that they have people who like bathe you for you? Is that a real thing?
Papa.
I know it's a little but I gotta know.
Hisan has a pencil to a page.
I know you're not like I was about to say it's not that you're not a real prince. You're just not. You've abdicated. I'm gonna shut up. It's fine.
I still very much am a prince. Just absent at the moment. They find this question entirely amusing.
Kashmira's like pinching the bridge of her nose.
The answer is yes, but also no. When I was much younger, yes.
That makes sense.
My family doesn't go that far.
the whole deal with arranged marriages seems like an awful drag.
It honestly, it was fine until it wasn't. It's just sort of something my brothers and I expected for us. It's political matters are far more complicated than they need to be.
Well, I hope that while you are a non-practicing prince, you might permit yourself to follow your heart.
I have been, and I will continue to do so. Thank you.
It's very important to us, kind of in the region, in Fendil. It's very platonic. I don't know if you've noted this frequently. Many, more than couples, of little groups of lovers, and in more unstructured arrangements, and the idea of something so rigid, even for the political utility, seems distasteful. But the past is past. It's getting quite late. I think it might be a good idea for us to retire before tomorrow, so that we're not completely wiped out for what is, fingers crossed, hopefully the biggest day of the festival. You all get some rest too. Maybe if we've got the time, we could, play a few rounds of cards and have some more drinks tomorrow.
I think that can be done.
Omar and I are a mean bridge team.
Might take some remembering to...
Oh, you pick it right up. It's like riding a bike. You pick it right up.
I might take you both up on that tomorrow.
Good. They kind of smile, kind of nod at all of you, and clean up their pitcher and mugs of wine and retire for the evening.
Mason finishes writing his last few notes. Thank you for your honesty, Pashmina, and for the detailed, albeit gruesome, grisly detail. I understand that must have been difficult to recount. I appreciate your willingness to share.
In a weird way, I feel a little better than I did before. Strangely enough.
It was a very brave thing for you to do. I'm immensely proud of you for doing so.
You two are sweet.
Ah, thank you.
Sometimes.
Me, sweet, never.
Says someone who brought me a 4-foot-long cow.
I don't know what you're talking about, my dear.
Oh,
just happened to fall right into my hands.
Wait. Hey, Zoran can't go back in and get it until the next long rest, correct?
Nope.
Right, okay, awesome.
It's trapped.
Nope. It is stuck in there.
It's lonely. Get him out. Like smashes open. I'm gonna get you out of there. Smashes the lantern open.
Don't worry, he has a friend in there.
Emra's just staring at this 4-foot cow plushie.
What can I do with this?
This
No.
is
I mean, I wasn't referring to Emra,
an interesting choice.
but I like the idea that they're just having a stare off with this giant plushie.
The cow blinks.
Yeah.
Animate
Jeez.
object.
That would be funny.
All right.
Oh.
Anything anyone would like to do before retiring for the evening?
Hassan is going to write a letter to Gillester Silvermane for Carfaxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would write this out personally, but I am too tired to write an actual letter right now.
Understandable.
So I'm just going to parrot it to you, the general idea of it to you, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Hassan's just going to write a letter. To Gillester Silvermane. My name is Hassan. We have not met before, although I would very much enjoy the pleasure of meeting you. I, through varying numbers, through a rather expensive and convoluted way, have come to realize you and a friend of mine have share a similar acquaintance, one that you no longer share contact with, as far as I know. I am of course speaking of the author that inserted themselves into both your lives. You, if my sources are correct, which I am assuming they are the only one to have previously gotten away mostly unscathed, or to my knowledge. If you would be willing to, if we can perhaps at someday meet or discuss further your story, I'd be very much interested in hearing it.
Noted.
And he will also. Would Hassan have sussed out by the fact that that Emerald looks through fire?
Potentially. It is a little more complicated than that.
Okay.
But there's certainly fire certainly is a method by which Emra can see.
Okay. Hassan will write on the letter. Do not open under the light of a fire. Do not read under the light of a fire. Like, just in small text on the envelope.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
Yep.
Alright. As the moons rise high into the sky, I believe it is time for folks to get some rest. As those who need sleep lay down. I just have one more thing I want to do before we wrap up, which is near the fire, near the light of the campfire, of the slowly dying campfire. There's just a little bit of a spark. And Zoran, I'd like you to roll D100.
Oh,
as you retire to your camp.
Oh no.
I feel I was just saying, Pishmina probably, like, she had placed this, like, plushie on whatever her bed would be, but then it's just, like, as they're, like, going to rest, it's just, like, and then brings it over to wherever Zoran is.
Okay. So, where am I in the camp, just in case?
Let's say in your bespoke little tent.
Okay. Oh, here we go. 94.
94. For the next hour, any creature that does not explicitly address you as Zoran the Extravagant takes 1d4 psychic damage when speaking to you.
That's so funny. I love that. Okay. It's just an hour. It's nighttime. It's fine.
We are wrapping up, so you feel a little bit of a pain in your forehead. As this headache, kind of a burning, and you feel some kind of dumb Emra magic going on, but it passes and allows you to still maintain your reasonable rest.
Just picks up like a twig on the ground and just like throws it at the fire.
It does manage to dislodge the logs thoroughly enough to extinguish it properly.
And then just continues what they were doing.
Mm-hmm. And that's where I'd like to call it for tonight.
Okay.
The second and last day of the festival. Coming up next, should you choose to celebrate. All right. So, thank you all very much for playing.
Yay.
Kind of a more tense but chill session. Awesome. All right. You know what? We're gonna do the extremely normal route, right to left. All right, Eli, stars and wishes.
EY.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Push to talk, forgetting. Fun. Dragon. Talk to dead dragon. Shenanigans.
Yeah. Undead are still dead.
Yeah, a lot happened, and I'm very happy. And it wasn't nearly as... It almost wasn't nearly as scary as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be something that spiraled out of control, but it was very localized. Getting into this, even though it was small, getting into that stupid getting lost in the city with Loka, but and doing the stupid little thing that made me happy. Shenanigans with the frickin' giant plushies. Giant plushies are just funny.
Comical.
Yeah. And again, Drunk Loka. Drunk Loka competing at sports is just funny.
So close.
Wishes. I'm interested to see what we will do in the next session, because story hook wise, it seems like there's not much left to do in Matla. Well, in the central Matla, and more to do out in the mountain range now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's about it for tonight. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Hell yeah. All right, Matt. Stores and wishes.
Yeah, stars. I just found Chancellor Navorak, that whole thing to be intensely interesting. Because I think much like Eli, I was expecting that to be, oh shit, oh fuck, oh no. This is going to go so bad so quick for all sorts of people. And it just didn't. So it was just kind of interesting that he's just there to flex. So I thought that was interesting. I love, and I'm reminiscing of playing Amity and Chiefs, of how Eli and I just get into goofy situations together.
Y'all gotta play like brothers or something in a campaign at some point.
Oh my god.
Oh boy, we have
For
to.
Lancer.
Absolutely
Do it
egging
for
each other
Lancer.
on.
No,
Please.
I can play that one. I can play that one mech that can literally just physically latch onto other mechs like a little parasite. That'll be fun.
Perfect. Perfect.
But yeah, so that was a big star. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry.
I agree.
Everybody's so eepy. It's so late.
No, that kind of came out of nowhere. I'm not really that sleepy. But it was honestly, I really enjoyed just being a passenger in this session. I think there were a lot of really much more interesting things that everybody else needed to do, and Loka got his like one cool moment. And I think that was enough for this one. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I feel like Loka can really be a spotlight hog, and I try not to, but that's just kind of his personality. So it was nice to just kind of sit back for one. Another star, once again, Eli, just the work with the dragon. Just interesting. Because if you hadn't done that, that was going to be the thing that Loka was going to do during that. It's like, is this the dragon I think it is? And kind of investigate. But you were on top of that, so that was really cool. And just how you went about it was really cool. I think I'm on to... Oh, obviously the thing, like, Loka's one big thing. If I didn't say that already. That was cool. I liked that. I like these, like, nature...
Places of power.
Yeah. They're always really cool.
Hope you enjoy your Biden.
I will.
See, you'd gotten it in, like, the 8th session. It seems like it needed an upgrade.
You know what? I'm not gonna say no to that. My thing as a player is I like the cool magic weapons. I like the cool magic items. So having one that just like does extra things now is exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I get to roll 2 dice for attacks now.
Yeah.
If you can, if you wield it two-handed, you can have the super weird, rare damage roll of 1d8 plus 1d6.
That's how I've been playing the Biden the entire time I've had it. So yes. But anyways, so yes, there's that, and then wishes. I want Fing and at least Fing to get back to me. I understand that maybe you, I understand that maybe you are just busy and that's why. But if it is radio silence for like a story reason, then I want to know. I need to know. The next wish is much like Eli, I'm curious what's next for us. Because I agree. I think we've got, the festival to finish out. And then after that, it's like, okay, well, where do we go? What do we do? Do we rescue the kids? Probably not. Do we go find Tanya? Maybe. So I'm just curious what's next. So.
Hell yeah.
Me. DM.
Wow! Who's that?
Maybe you.
Who knows?
Could be.
Who knows at this point? The dice, truly. Yeah, that was really cool. That was really fun. Star for me, that may affect a mild perception of some of this too. Y'all were very careful to not get directly spotted by Dvorak during that entire encounter. Which was cool and fun, and I love playing very careful socially. I think that's fun and cool and interesting. Love the taunt, the prestidigitation taunt, or minor illusion taunt. That was very fun. And like such the right nerve to press in that moment, which was very perceptive. That was very fun. I just enjoy seeing Loka antics in general. I love starting drunk and being like, well, I'm not gonna get less drunk right now.
Absolutely not.
That was very fun. Giant plushie moments, bribing the prize desk, is fun. Because, like all carnival prizes, right? They're not worth the gold you're spending in tokens to get them. So, like, at that point, it's not like they're losing or making any money. The prize counter's gonna be like, you really want the specific one? That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Listen, it just makes it easier to pack up for that night.
Exactly.
Don't worry about a fucking 4-foot.
Technically, lesser prizes for just, like, in general, because some of them are, like, big prizes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like they're just giving away the year of free drinks, you know?
Exactly.
They're just like, oh, you're gonna cheat the wheel and you want the giant plush that you could buy for 5 gold instead of just,
Yes.
free drinks. All right, you know what? I don't care. I don't make I'm volunteering. This is not a problem for me.
Exactly.
This is a problem for future someone else. Super fun. Yes, the questions, I love kind of like, I know, I hope that wasn't, like, a frustrating experience, but I really love Hasan, like, kind of poking the barriers of this giant undead dragon, being like, what can I do with you? What works on you? What are you?
I mean, I can't get close to Navora.
Yeah, no, I think that was really smart. And again, like, making sure you don't get seen, relevantly. Honestly, I think the 5 questions there was maybe a boon to Hasan, because not given the limits, Hasan might have asked questions until he was spotted. Which excellent fun stuff. The whenever Loka and Hasan get into Three Stooges nonsense, I am a fan. Yeah, just fun, cool stuff all around.
Wishes?
Dungeon. Dungeon. I want to do a dungeon real bad. I want another dungeon and more dragon. I recently got a new D&D book. It's one of the first, like, physical copies of a third-party D&D book I've ever bought, called Flee, Mortals! Which is from MCDM, and it is legitimately the best monster manual I have ever read, by a wide margin. It might be my new favorite D&D book, period.
What separates it?
It understands 5e mechanically in combat better than Wizards of the Coast does. Legitimately, if I was recommending a new 5e DM, and they're asking what books to buy, I would say straight up skip the 5e monster manual and buy this book instead. Because it's basically all the same, like, classic D&D monsters, but given, like, new interesting mechanical readouts that just, like, work better with the action economy and balancing of how 5e is, while staying within that, like, kind of big, bombastic, heroic fantasy nonsense. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. And I'm excited to do combat with that book. A lot. Because
also say about
it's
combat,
fresh.
as personally, don't be afraid to just throw stuff at it.
Oh, don't you worry. That's the plan.
It's a coming.
It's a coming.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to make things happen with that. I'm excited to continue playing the game that is D&D in addition to the storytelling engine that is D&D. That is my desire. Which is why I'm excited for, I'm excited for more combat. I'm excited for more dungeons. Yeah. I also, like, the more I think about it and the more we continue to play, I think I may have, underestimated how long we have yet to go, in this campaign, depending on choices made. As I said, like, there's a decent chance we end up in, like, the late 50s, early 60s. I'm just gonna go ahead and say I have fully no idea at this point, because you never do. But, like, I'm excited to continue playing out, continue to see the ball rolling. That is to say, I love all of you, and I love playing Dungeons & Dragons, and I don't think I have ever been having as much fun playing Dungeons & Dragons as I am right now with you all in this campaign.
Oh, cry, stop.
I'm just, I'm having such a good like, And, like, getting this book and doing this arc and all of that stuff has just given me such a renewed joy for playing Dungeons & Dragons, and that makes me happy. It's also the highlight of my week.
Y'all cannot believe they were so hyped for this book.
It's
they were telling me
good.
about all the things in this book.
It's got full. Here, I'm gonna show.
it's
I'm gonna
really
show you the
sick.
cover real quick. It's really good. This is. I know this
It
is
was
silly,
nice to see
but
you so
like,
excited.
it's good. So it's got like this very like classic AD&D cover. And then there's. I'm gonna show you the sexy vampire because that's what everyone wants to see.
I do like me sexy.
Because it's got full page art spreads for all of their... And they revamped how bosses work, because the legendary actions weren't really cutting it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
Sick as
that'll
fuck.
do it. That'll do it. That is
Sick as
very
fuck.
cool.
and like stat block wise, it is like the coolest... They typified a thing called villain actions that are really cool and like make for big dramatic boss fights that are
That's very
interesting.
cool.
And it's... I love this book. It's really, really good.
I love that.
And it means, like, I'm excited to do stuff like throw, like, basilisks and rust monsters and gibbering mouthers and, like, old, cool D&D stuff at you without it just being,
With a
like,
fresh bang.
yeah, it's a stat block that has a bunch of HP and attacks, and that's it. This one's got,
Yeah.
like, unique actions and weird abilities and stuff like that make it, like, fun and interesting.
That is very cool.
All right. And enough about me gushing about Flea Mortals. I love that book so much. All right. Caroline.
Hi, that's me. I love Loca antics so much. Genuinely, I love them. I love Loca. God. I have so much to say about everyone's characters, and it's just all good. I could gush about everyone's characters forever. Literally forever. I love the antics. Also, really cool new ability for the Biden. Just like extra dice. Rolling extra dice just makes you feel more powerful. Because,
It's
hey,
just-
yeah, you are. It's such a good feeling.
It just feels good, you know?
It's such a good feeling. It's such a good feeling, which is why I like being a spellcaster, because you get to upcast
Roll
things,
so many
and it's just like
dice.
so many dice.
Especially as a
So many.
warlock. How does it feel to cast Fireball at 6th level or whatever?
It's all my spells are 5th level.
5th level?
right
5th
now.
level Fireball's a hell of a thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So it's something else. It's pretty nice. Heisan, the dragon thing, was very cool and very on brand. I really like it. The new warlock thing. Oh my, not warlock thing, listen to me. Necromancer thing. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's
That is like a, Jesus Christ.
Hardcore Heisan.
How do I do that without killing someone?
You don't.
You don't. You don't.
You do not.
It will.
Well,
kill
okay, so here's the thing. Technically, you can. Has someone done it before? Probably.
someone.
Is that worse? Also, yes.
If you do it, I don't think the person wants to live after.
The hard part is
So-
putting them back together.
Yeah. Vivisection will do that, but also 8th level spell. That's kind of huge.
It's got a high price. It's got to be tempting.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
I-
work-ass shit.
I kind of love this, just like the subplot of just like Heisan slowly turning into a necromancer, which is all this forbidden knowledge. I kind of love it. It's very out there, but I'm also here for it. I liked that it was a chill session. I was terrified the entire time. I'm like, all right, something's gonna happen. They're gonna see through like invisibility or disguise. Or he's gonna see us, anything like that. No, it never happened. I had my character sheet open the entire time, just on my spell list, just waiting, just preparing. To just be like, nope, counterspell. And I never had to do it. So, love that. It was incredibly foreboding, which makes me a little more worried now of what's gonna come in the future. Fear. Other star, I love Pashmina's parents. They're dorks, and I love them. Her dad, I love him so much. He's trying his best. And I can't fault him for it.
It's too cute. It's too cute.
And going right into my wishes, I want him to ask more questions. I want him to ask little questions. Because I'm amused by them, and Zeron's absolutely amused by them. And for sure will answer all of them. I love it. I love it. I love them so much. Other wishes. I really hope Heisan gets a reply back from this guy, cause oh boy, that'll be something. Wish I would like to get a nice, decent combat soon. It's been a hot second. I want to do funny casting spell things because that's what I do best. Maybe not next session. I don't know how it would fit in next session, but soon. Soon would be nice.
Gotta start Tavern Brawl.
Oh, yeah. Alright, Loka, let's go.
Alright, I'm in.
Bet. You and me, let's go. What could go wrong?
Absolutely nothing.
Don't get thrown in the river, preferably.
Okay.
God.
Bet.
I mean, if we get thrown in the river, they're coming with, and then they're dying in the river, and I'll be okay.
I won't be.
You'll be fine.
He can't
You have
swim!
magic. You have
He
magic.
can't swim!
Let's not
magically
kill
then.
people also. Let's not kill random
Why
people.
can't I
No,
just
never.
murder hobo everybody?
Just,
Come on.
just quick save, quick load. It's fine.
Exactly. Save scum your way out of every situation. It's fine.
God, I need to make a magic item that is save scumming. Like, you can just undo the last,
so
like,
funny.
X turns of time, like, once a week. You can just
That
be like,
is
actually,
so
we're gonna...
funny.
It's just a little time travel object that lets you, like, we're gonna undo that one.
I
Silly.
kind of love that, actually.
I mean, there's, Gift of Gab, as a spell, basically lets you do that socially. You get to erase the last, like, 30 seconds of someone's memory.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, only what you said to them. It's like, kind of funny. So if you, like, misspeak, you can be like, oh, nope, never mind. We're taking that one back.
Bard, got it. Yeah.
Anyway.
Bard and Wizard, tragic. Oh well. Yeah, those are my stars and wishes. Yeah.
And Tub.
Woo. So many stars for you tonight, Cole.
What?
Yeah. Like, so I want to show some appreciation because I know that you've been you worked on things like the balanced glaive that you gave me. I know you've had Loka's Biden in the works for a bit. I know you were kind of ideating other ways to help like Zeron and maybe Heisan with spell stuff, giving them more options.
Special stuff happens.
Okay.
It's not a secret. It's fine.
No spoilers. No spoilers. I don't.
You also
much
don't
anyway.
know anything about what I'm playing.
I just know that you've been working hard. That's what I know. So I wanted to give you some appreciation for that because it's cool and it helps. It makes everything feel more powerful. I realized in the last combat that the glaive wasn't doing as much as I realized I was like, oh, I'm not actually built to use a glaive that well. So then we worked together to make the glaive a little better. It's nice. Also, just I know that this was a big session for you to be like narrating and talking and like because we were literally stealthing for so much of it and just listening.
Smart.
So big star for you tonight. Just making stuff happen. I feel like I had something else, but my mind's wandering. I'm getting tired. Yeah, just the way you play Pashmina's parents is... You have Wilmorn down. You've got him. He's great. He's too fucking funny.
He really is. He is very funny.
Oh, my mama's sweet. Oh man. It stars for all my fellow players also. I also love Loka shenanigans. I also love when Loka gets to have these wild nature druid moments, things going on. So mysterious. Heisan with the dragon, yes. I could not have expected that. Holy crap. It's wrong with just giant plushies. Oh. It's like, where the how are we gonna travel with these fucking things? Where are we gonna... It's gonna have to stay in the lantern, or it's gonna have to sit in a cart 90% of the time. Like,
Okay, and they're going to be there. It's fine. Listen, give me
God.
one more level and everyone can just stay with them in the lantern with me.
Oh god. Wishes. Also just kind of plans. Either, I don't know if Caroline, you still had plans to reply to that letter? Oh, star, that letter. That was the thing for DM.
Yeah.
Star for that fucking letter. Oh my god. If you don't reply to that, I was thinking about it, but if you... I would not want to send conflicting information to these poor kids.
I'm glad
No,
everyone
you're
got to read it.
So fine. Yes, I am planning on replying to it, and it would have been like the night, like that night, going
Okay.
into the next morning. I just am too tired and didn't know how to write it myself right now,
Yep,
but
I would
I'll
not
try and have
worry
a next
about it.
session. If you want to collaborate on it, I'm totally fine with that.
If you want to, like, make a draft, we review it, and send it off,
Sure.
whatever you want to do. Whatever's easiest, honestly.
Sure.
I know, Matt, you said that we might not do stuff at the monastery, but if Cole wants a dungeon and we all want combat, points at the monastery. And Pashmina has very good reason to want to do something with this new information from these crazy fucking kids. Oh my god. Me thinks we might be going to the monastery. I want
That
to.
rat skull's very tempting.
Rat skull. God. Absolute feral.
Two
Feral
cool rocks?
Man, love cool rocks. It's my favorite. If I have any other wishes, I don't know. There's so much going on. I'm just like, there's so much all the time, and I want to know more about literally all of it. That's what I got.
Hell yeah. All right. Zoran, it's funny you mentioned just needing one more extra level.
Oh no.
Aw.
Because everyone gets to level up at the end of this session.
Let's
Oh shit!
go!
For real?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Lantern gang, let's go!
Lantern gang.
Hit Ding level 10.
Ding.
I
can only hit
level 8 or 3.
Oh, I just got a speed bonus again.
Oh my god, how fast are you
wait.
now?
Sorry, I was half zoning out. Did we level up again?
Yeah!
Yes,
we
we're
leveled
leveled
him.
up.
Okay.
Level
Do you walk 50 feet a turn now, Pashmina? Can you move 150 feet around?
Oh
Nothing.
my god.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
What are monks?
Fucked up is the answer.
I want to give a monk,
my God.
like, at some point, I need to build a monk with, like, crossbow proficiency. Just yeeting themselves
God.
around the battlefield.
I'm running around at the speed of sound.
Oh my god.
Go up
Jesus.
Holy crap.
Guys. We can all chill in the
Sheep.
lantern now.
Oh, yes! Yes! Alright, cool. Have to
Are
visit the cow once a day.
the
mandatory.
Fenix allowed in the lantern? Y/N.
Sorry?
Are the Fenix allowed in the lantern? Y/N.
Up to 5 willing creatures. It doesn't specify people.
Yes.
So the answer
Oh
is
my
technically
God.
yes.
But there's 6 of you, including Twig, so someone needs to get left out. Sorry, Hasan.
No.
No, it would be 6 total because I have to be there.
Oh, because you it's
it's
5 and
yes.
you. Okay,
Yes.
yeah. So all the Fenix would also fit in the lantern.
Oh, we're so back.
Okay, Cole, I need to ask a quick question.
I have a quick answer,
And if
or
this
a
is-
long answer.
And tell me if this is going a bit too far, in your opinion. So you were talking. So something as a playtest son makes a bit less and more sense. Hasan has proficiency in persuasion, but that makes less sense for him as a character, I always feel.
You want to swap your
Um,
proficiency?
Yeah, persuasion for investigation.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And I am totally one.
I think that makes a
also
lot-
be
I mean,
looking
you're
for- Before you say yes, I also want you to know that I am totally saying this because I'm also getting more expertise, so that will just kind of break things. Is that? Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh well, like you're a high int bard. Like it just I think it makes sense.
Okay, thanks.
Because that's going to buff your investigation. So you're going to go from half proficiency to proficiency. So you're going to end up with a +8 with expertise to +16?
Well,
No,
so-
+12.
Yeah, it'll just be +12.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Arcana, history, investigation, all at +12 is like that's super fun.
Thank
That's
you.
very accurate. Peshmina can no longer be diseased or poisoned.
Yeah, I don't need it. Like I was talking about physician's touch earlier. Don't fucking need it. Not for me. I am
Call a
resistant to-
doctor, but not for me.
Not for
Oh
me.
my god, wait, I forgot about this extra effect about the lantern now. I am the short rest king.
Oh, do you get it back on short rest now?
In addition, anyone, including you, who remains within the lantern for at least 10 minutes gains the benefits of finishing a short rest. Anyone
Whoa.
can add your proficiency bonus to the number of hit points they regain if they spend any hit dice as part of the short rest there.
Nice.
So instead of an hour,
So that's
10
like
minutes.
that's like Song of Rest, but like
Song of Rest
you
or
get it for
catnap.
free.
Yeah.
That's so good because then I'll get my key points back too.
So that's just on a short rest, so it's 10 minutes instead of an hour.
That's very. Oh yeah, so you can
Holy-
take 10-minute short rests.
Yes.
That's really cool.
It's a 10-minute short rest. I think it's still only once a day. I don't
You're
think
so
I can
broken.
go in.
Warlocks stay
He's
winning.
so busted.
I love warlocks. Yeah, I can only still go in once a day with everyone, but that's just so much better.
Speaking of which, did you know CR goes up to 30?
Sorry?
Yeah.
CR challenge rating for monsters. Did you know it goes up to 30? That's crazy.
Wild.
Sure does.
Who would do something like that?
You are about to like gloves off at this point. Like, come on.
Do you know how many times I've tried to kill you all?
Well, I know. The last time you got pretty damn close. Let's be
Yeah.
real. But like,
Yeah.
It's not easy.
It just got much less easy because you've got 100 hit points now that you have to get through.
This is true.
Most of it being half damage, right?
Yeah.
So Loka is...
Did Loka finally crack 100 hit points?
He's at 101.
Yes, nice.
He's at 101.
Very good.
D&D is so busted, y'all.
Oh,
Well,
I just realized.
Level 10 stay winning. Someone's described the leveling system in D&D as being exponential, and I think that is true.
I don't even know what I want. I have so many options. Wait, hold on. Where do I go?
Okay, this is whack.
All right,
This is all
I
whack.
am gonna hop off and let y'all
Mid.
hang out because I do. Oh wait, am I still recording? I am still recording. I'm gonna stop recording.